So I don't know how long this video is. It's not that long, but he gives a from the beginning to the end overview of how we got here, and he names the people, he names the treaties and the agreements, and I enjoyed it.
What was Putin's intention in the war? Not the propaganda that's written about this. Oh, that they failed and he was going to take over Ukraine. The idea was to keep NATO, and what is NATO? It's the United States, off of Russia's border. No more, no less. When the Soviet Union ended in 1991, and an agreement was made that NATO will not move 1 inch eastward. Now, what happened after 1991, the United States decided there would be no end to eastward enlargement of NATO. And the decision was taken formally in 1994, when President Clinton signed off on NATO enlargement to the east, all the way to Ukraine and into Georgia. So the NATO enlargement, as you know, started in 1999 with Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic. And Russia was extremely unhappy about it. But these were countries still far from the border. So the next round of NATO enlargement came in 2004. With the 3 Baltic states, Romania, Bulgaria, Slovenia, and Slovakia. At this point, Russia was pretty damn upset. So as everybody recalls, in 2007, President Putin said, stop, enough. And of course, what that meant was in 2008, the United States jammed down Europe's throat enlargement of NATO to Ukraine and to Georgia. This is right up against Russia. And Russia protested because if Russia decided to have a military base on the Rio Grande or the Canadian border, not only would the United States freak out, we'd have war within about 10 minutes. And a month later, a war broke out. That gets Georgia destroyed. And starting in 2010, the U.S. put in Aegis missile systems in Poland and then in Romania. And Russia doesn't like that. In 2010, Viktor Yanukovych was elected on the platform of neutrality. Russia had no territorial interests or designs in Ukraine at all. What Russia was negotiating was a 25-year lease for Sevastopol Naval Base. That's it. Not for Crimea, not for the Donbass, nothing. In 2014, the U.S. worked actively to overthrow Yanukovych. Everybody knows the phone call by my Columbia University colleague, Victoria Nuland, and the U.S. Ambassador Peter Piot. Listen to it. It's fascinating.
I don't think Cleach should go into the government. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's a good idea. I think Yats is the guy who's got the economic experience, the governing experience, and, fuck the EU.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something to make...
You don't get better evidence. Then came Minsk, and especially Minsk II. It said there should be autonomy for the Russian-speaking regions in the east of Ukraine. It was supported unanimously by the UN Security Council. The United States and Ukraine decided it was not to be enforced. There were many thousands of deaths in the shelling by Ukraine in the Donbass. And one of the issues on the table in December 2021, January 2022, was, does the United States claim the right to put missile systems in Ukraine? And Blinken told Lavrov in January 2022, the United States reserves the right to put missile systems wherever it wants. So the war started. What was Putin's intention in the war? It was to force Zelensky to negotiate neutrality. And that happened within 7 days of the start of the invasion. Ukraine walked away unilaterally from a near agreement. Why? Because the United States told them to. The idea was that there would be Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Georgia that would deprive Russia of any international status by blocking the Black Sea. And the American senators, who are as nasty and cynical and corrupt as imaginable, say this is wonderful expenditure of our money because no Americans are dying. It's the pure proxy war. And since the U.S. talked the negotiators away from the table, about 1 million Ukrainians have died or been severely wounded.
All right, so that's that one. Any comments?
Yeah, definitely. It sounds like we poked the bear, you know? Um, I mean, I don't think it was unreasonable for Russia to say, okay, you bad boys got your freedom. You can join NATO if you want to, but we just don't want any NATO countries bordering our country, which they did that on your map. If you look at the northwestern part of that map that's up there,
Uh-huh.
before Ukraine joined, or before, before they had, we was already border. Well, I ain't gonna say already. We began the border. I don't know if you can see.
Yeah, it's the
If you
three.
see the blue, you see where Russia meets the blue in the most
Yeah,
northern western part.
yeah,
That part there had already, but we had already broke
yeah,
the agreement.
yeah.
And it just looked like we're the bad guy, to be honest.
Well, also, it's about containment. And if you look around the world, we do a lot of that. All right, you look at Iran. Iran is not going to get a nuke, and they are bad. Bad characters. You got North Korea with nukes, and we kind of mind our business a little bit after they got nukes. Pakistan got nukes, but if you look around Iran, you see the whole entire area where there could be, they're surrounded by us.
Mhm.
We have military bases. I think it's over 200 bases, major bases now of the United States around the world. So we're there, and we're moving. It's called the pivot east. We're moving back toward the east, meaning China, and we're the Philippines. We're going back into the Philippines. I don't know if you remember the Subic Bay. It was a major military base in the Philippines during the Vietnam War in that area.
Right.
So after it had this enormous um, volcano eruption in the 90s. I think it was in the 90s, and we was negotiating, and they was trying to kick us out, so we left. We said, okay, you fix it yourself. So now we going back. My point is, we are rightly or wrongly surrounding our enemies to the point that if they did that to us, we would have been at war long ago. The missile thing, going back to the missile thing that he brought up, you remember the Cuban Missile Crisis?
We said leave, pull them boys out.
Right. But what they don't tell you is we had nuclear missiles in Turkey at the time. So they was putting missiles in Cuba, and it was putting us in Florida. I'm in Florida. We was in range of those nuclear missiles.
Right.
And so we said, you got to take the missiles out. They say, hold up. You got nuclear tipped missiles in Turkey. So they slowly backed those nukes out. But they still kept the nuclear bombs, aircraft mounted bombs in Turkey.
And then we also had Glickman, the ground launch missiles.
Yes.
Well, they
go ahead.
Yeah, the mobile nukes. I don't know if that's what they had in Turkey, or did they have aircraft for silos, but I know we had the ground launch missiles too. So I think that was part of the agreement that we remove those ground launch, those mobile missile nuclear weapons out too.
Yeah. So it's when you're dealing with Russia, they're bad. They do bad stuff. They're a different culture. Okay. Their culture is not like our culture. So we can't say they're bad on this or bad on that. Because you go around the world, people do stuff differently around the world that we would consider bad. Go to Asia. Go ahead.
Hey Chuck, we bad too, Chuck.
I know, but I'm just saying, as generally speaking, Americans consider themselves God-fearing Christians.
Yeah, that's a lie.
So that's what I'm saying. from that standpoint, we are holier than thou. You know, you know, our poo poo don't stink. So looking at that, we look at everybody else. Vietnam, Thailand, Korea, they eat dogs. Oh my goodness, that's so horrible. That's that's the worst thing in the world. It's food to them. It's like steak. It's like look, I walked.
Crab legs.
Huh?
Crab legs.
Yeah.
Oysters.
I walked down the streets of Korea, saw it with my own eyes. Dogs on the skillet. Dogs on the skillet.
Yeah.
Some had their heads still on there. They cut the hooves off. They cut the feet, the paws off. Then they eventually, some of them, they roast them over a skillet. I mean, it's all that kind of stuff on. My point is, what other countries do, we look down on. And what we do, they look down on us because of culture. So, but when it comes to, my thing is, you got to, when you judging somebody, you got to judge them the right way. Yeah. We're looking at Russia and we're saying stay out of Ukraine, but if they move into Mexico, we will lose our ever loving mind.
Yep,
exactly.
Like China now with Panama. Okay, you can't have both ways. If China moves into Panama, we're like, oh no, we're gonna take Panama back by force if we have to. Okay. Well, they can say the same thing to Ukraine, but it's a double standard that gets you into where people are dying.
Yeah, exactly, man. And you know what I'm saying? Then, all the countries are looking at us, man, and they're seeing this double standard, you know what I'm saying? And don't get me wrong, the higher ups, they know what they're doing. But the American people, they're ignorant to all this, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's almost like, you know what I'm saying, we and you said, you alluded to it just now, you know what I'm saying? We have that entitled mind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That we good at two shoes. You know what I'm saying? We the police of the world. I mean, but I don't believe we should be policing the world.
Exactly.
That ain't none. You know what I'm saying? That ain't none of our job, and that ain't none of our business to be in. You know what I'm saying? Taking over them people land. But I mean, we really ain't policing the world. What we're doing is we going over and taking over the people's lands. That's what we're doing. But you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody want to talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, the joke was, the 20 years we spent in Iraq. Like I said, we evade places with oil. Okay, you got oil. We might be coming to you soon. We went to Afghanistan, and there was the opiates. The Muslims had cut off the opiates. So we go there, and next thing you know, we are guarding the opiate fields. We say, well, we need to do that because we don't want these radical Islamists taking over, the minds of the people. The farmers, they need to make some money. So we're going to stand here and guard the opiate fields that poison the Americans. You know what I'm saying? It's been that way since Thailand and Vietnam. CIA and all that. And also in Afghanistan was the gas pipeline that came through. It's a money game. Like I say, you follow the money and you see why we do stuff. Not only us, but it's everybody. Why people do stuff. We're ready to start a war with China right now if they block our commercial, any commercial ships, the pirates. You mess with the shipping, we come out there, we're gonna blow you up. Iran during the Iraq-Iran war. The only reason we started shooting them up was because they tried to block the oil. Like I said, trying to be everybody's buddy, being the world police, that sort of thing. Trying to get another video for you, but go ahead.
Do you think the Bible gives us righteous indignation?
You talking about that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's go back to the Jews in the day of Christ. Did they have righteous and indignation? Did they think they was righteous?
They did.
That's what we are. That's all I'm saying. You know,
Hmm.
even False Branham would say it. He said that he was talking to one guy. He said, "Are you a Christian?" The guy said, "I'm American," and to him that meant I'm a Christian.
Right.
So that's just the way they are. Um,
Hmm.
you know, I can sit
Hmm.
up, do whatever I'm doing, but I got my 12 gauge, I got my dog, I got my wife, my girlfriend, and
Hmm.
and you know, I'm messing with my neighbor's wife, but you know, I'm American. I'm a Christian.
Hey,
Right.
Sharp, can we say a righteous indignation is, I mean, according to scripture, what man seemeth to be right in his own eyes?
Yeah, based off like Chuck alluded to or stated rather that the Jews thought they was righteous. We got everything that Paul said that we had. In their minds, they had that. We got the covenants, we got this, we got that. Um, the way we do things is right. We don't eat dogs, we don't eat cats. If you eat this, you're heathen, a devil, whatever the case may be.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So as we have deployed around the world in some, we've met different cultures and we have firsthand seen how Americans just look down, whether they're Christian or not. It might not totally be religious, but I think it's largely religion or things that came from religion that has caused America to think they are better than other people and what we're doing is right. But it seems like this discussion, and based on that interview that Chuck showed, there's
Uh,
some greedy mugs out there.
yes,
you
sir.
know,
Yes, sir.
that's what's
Hey,
really driving this
yeah.
thing.
Hey,
Mhm.
and with that being said, remember those old movies, the Roman movies, you know what I'm saying? When they
Mhm.
was going, they was conquering them lands, you know what I'm saying? A lot of those countries that they was going to, they was barbarians, you know what I'm saying? They was looked at as being heathen people. So Rome
Mhm.
was going and trying to conquer them
Mhm.
because they needed to be taught. You know what I mean? They needed to be steered in the right direction, so
Mhm.
to speak. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
mean, they were heathens, dogs, barbarians, unlearned, don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? We need to go and implement our language and our ways and our customs and teach them how this world is supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? The evolution of it, in other words.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like
It's
that movie Gladiator and a lot of old different Roman movies, you will see that those armies was going and conquering these other countries. They were just taking over their land, man.
yeah, they were. I mean, you look at just that little cartoon Pocahontas. I learned a little bit from that. And the little Indian girl was like, "Who is really the savage? You call us savages because we got feathers in our hair, but you cats are coming over here giving us blankets with chicken pops and you're killing us and taking our land and making these treaties and these false promises and using your advanced weaponry to wipe out thousands of people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Genocide. And this talk that we're talking by many out there would be considered leftist type talk.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Meaning Democrat or whatever. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
You can
You
never
know.
talk about, like I said, you can, if you're on this team, if you're on the
Hmm.
team, that R team or the D team, you never can talk negative about the team.
Right.
You do,
Right.
you know,
Get
you
out.
ostracized, yeah, yeah. You are,
Hmm.
like I said, yeah, you done muddied up the water. Yeah. But
Hmm.
my
Yeah.
thing is, um, just like I said, why I push Republicanism just to make the Democrats mad. But I mean, look at it. I mean, come on. Can't tell me what a boy is. Can't tell me what a girl is. You can't.
Yeah, they're going too far.
You know what I'm saying? Um, you got Pride Month, Pride Week, Pride, all this, that, and other. Pride in the schools and all this. You got men, full grown men. This is it's like look in the mirror. Full grown men in a dress with a purse, with the beard is bigger I can't grow it. You know what I'm saying? Full beard all over the place and talking about you got to respect me as a woman. I was like, either I'm crazy or you crazy, but somebody's crazy.
Yeah, right about that.
But
Yes.
what y'all see now?
Holy Toledo, look at this trend line here.
CNN,
Okay.
U.S. support for
Okay.
Ukraine.
I'm gonna show you another video then. See, go.
U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. Back when the war began, back in February of 2022, it was just 7%. Up like a rocket ship. My goodness. Up now in February of 2025 to 41%. And the clear majority of Republicans, and of course Republicans are in charge of the U.S. government now, 62% of Republicans say that the U.S. support for Ukraine is too much. What a difference from just 3 years ago. I can remember, John, all those backyards in the United States with those Ukrainian flags. Far fewer of them today, as Americans' opinions on Ukraine have changed dramatically.
What about opinions of the Ukrainian president?
Right. You know, obviously, if you expect changes amongst the public on feelings towards Ukraine, feelings towards Zelensky have changed also dramatically. Look at this. Confident Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Back in 2022, it was the clear majority, 72% through the floor. Through the floor by 2024, just 48% of Americans say that they're confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. And GOP confidence has also plummeted dramatically. Now the clear majority of Republicans are not confident that Zelensky will do the right thing when it comes to world affairs. Really a real trend line, ones you rarely see in the American public when it comes to Ukraine and Zelensky. Confidence in both going down through the ground.
Look, some allies of President Trump have targeted Zelensky with harsh criticism over the last few years, and it could be that that's having some impact here.
Absolutely. The Republican establishment, the Republican electorate has moved as the Republican establishment and Republican leaders have moved on.
All right, let's talk about the idea of a peace deal. And again, the way you ask this matters, but go ahead.
The way you ask it is important, so we can talk about this a little bit. So the poll question essentially is, do you support a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? The vast majority of Americans, this is what they want. 78% say that they support this idea versus just 16% opposed. Of course, as we were talking about, does this question actually get at what's going on right now? I think you would say that it probably does not necessarily get what's going at right now.
No, the question asked, do you support a Russia-Ukraine negotiated peace deal? Ukraine's not there at the negotiations in Saudi Arabia this week, so the people were not asked this. And I do think, in general, if you ask anyone in any poll, do you support peace, peace tends to rate pretty highly.
Peace tends to win. You rarely get 78% of the country agreeing on anything. They do agree on the idea of a negotiated peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Whether the majority would agree on a Russia peace deal with Ukraine where Ukraine has nothing to do with it, that might be a different question.
Hard to know. Harriet, thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Got any questions on that one?
Yeah, I would like to hear what you think about the what they say, America kind of helped negotiating a peace deal between the Ukraine and Russia. How do you feel about that?
Well, I see. Can I find it? Former Senator Rubio, now Secretary of State, brought this out, which they don't. It's a war against Trump in mainstream media, and also the Zelensky he portrayed it too. All right, so Trump goes and negotiates with Russia. Sometimes, all right, me and you got a problem. We might not be able to sit at the table right now. So Fred, he comes and say, "Hey, Chuck, this is what Ernest said, and if we're gonna have some peace, we need you to do this." You say yay and nay, and then he comes and go to you. You know what I'm saying? So you work between the parties, then you bring the parties together. Zelensky didn't want that. He wanted to be at the table at the meeting now, and Trump said no. And you don't, just because you're not at the meeting doesn't mean you have to agree to it. However, if I'm supplying the guns and the ammunition and the money so you can fight Fred, and I say, if you keep fighting Fred, I'll cut you off because we want to stop this war. I'm not going to keep feeding your desire to, freedom or whatever. And that's the thing.
What does Zelensky want?
Well,
he don't want to lose. He don't want to lose the war.
Right. He don't want to lose, but he want American or NATO troops in his country. And Trump says no. And I agree with that. Because remember the video before, you put American troops in harm's way. That's not what he ran on. One, Trump ran on no new wars. All right. So, but the way to it, and he's a businessman, the way to it is, all right, you agree to this mineral deal. I will put American companies with American in there. All right. Now that's like a canary in a mine.
That's bullshit. That's hypocritical right there, Chuck. Because now this sucker done doggone, he gonna sell the Americans out for $1. All before. Okay, now I ain't putting no Americans over there. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna feed you to the wolves. But now if you give me this money, then we can talk about it. You know what I'm saying? I'll plant a couple of seeds over there when you give me this money. So now he gonna pretty much what Trump is gonna do is give the soldiers up. You know what I'm saying, for $1.
Not soldiers, civilians.
Okay, it's going to eventually be soldiers because you know what I'm saying. If they kill the civilians, then we got to go to war.
Right, but that's the thing is, he knows better than to kill Americans. But
who knows better, Chuck?
Putin. He don't have the forces. He has nukes, and the nukes are just that's the last. You can't use them and expect to win. Once you start escalating, it's going to go out of control. We hit him, he hit us. We hit him, he hit us. We hit China, that sort of thing. So what I'm saying is, what he's saying is, Trump used the number, I think it was 800 billion, but reports is that it's only up to 119 billion right now that the United States gave to Ukraine. Zelensky says 77% of what he's got, what was given, he can't account for, he didn't receive. So now that's why Doge comes in and say, okay, we'll find it out for you. But my point is, that's the deal. The deal is, I'm not going to give you I'm not going to allow you into NATO, which I agree with, because you put NATO on Russia's border, and that's to be a tripwire. I don't know.
We already got nations on their border now.
True.
And why? I was just trying to figure out why they're elected to go after the Ukraine versus those other nations that been on their border for quite some time.
One, they small. If you look at those three countries, he can do a walkthrough and take them over. Even with NATO, and this is the NATO strategy, it's more defensive than offensive. They know that Russia could march in on those three countries right now. It will be weeks to months before we can have a strong response. Because remember now, the Rapid Deployment Force, we got to come from the United States on ships. We got planes, but the planes are bringing light troops. You feel me?
Gotcha. Now check this out. Cuba's small as well.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Maybe the size of one of those countries. And before Russia could get down there to defend it, you know what I'm saying, we've been walked all over them boys. But yet we didn't want Russian troops, missiles, or anything down in Cuba.
Troops they had, it was the nukes. The nukes freaked Kennedy out. Because remember now, he was Democrat, and he was barely hanging on to certain power structure, and that would make him look weak and bad. So the nukes had to go, but the deal under the table had to be the nukes in Turkey too. You feel me?
Right, I get you.
We could have took.
So you think Russia's cool, as long as we don't put long as they don't put nukes in those, well, Ukraine, those other countries, right?
Uh-huh.
Russia is like, I can take them boys back.
Right.
Don't put no nukes over there. And I guess they held to that. But the Ukraine, when they started saying, hey, it might go back to what the guy said. I think Ukraine would have blocked the avenue to that Baltic Sea or whatever.
Right.
Maybe that's what prompted it. That was the final piece to the puzzle of blocking. They could set up a blockade against Russia.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That could have been it. I'm not sure, but that seemed like what the guy was kind of saying.
Right.
Now that I think back on that, you know what I'm saying?
That was part of it.
Yeah. Okay. So again, Ukraine, what do they want? They do okay. Is it too much to ask that Russia pull out of all the pre-war lands? You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
That's too much?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
So all the land that Russia took in this last war that they've had, they're like, we're not going to give it up.
Right. If they would have to, it would have to be, nothing is impossible. But only God knows. But I'm saying is, from the standpoint, remember now, a dictator, and I think Churchill once said, a dictator is riding a tiger, and it's never a good time to get off. So as a dictator, he has to be a strong man. The Chinese premier, Putin, the Ayatollahs, they have to remain strong to keep their own people down, because their own generals can step up and take them out, right? So Putin, if to give back something, you got to make him look good. You got to make it where he knows that he can go to sleep at night and not wake up with a AK-47 pointing at his head, because they see him as weak and vulnerable. So he went to war. He has lost tens of thousands of troops. What does he have to show for that?
Now, Russia went to war, and based on what you know, because they wasn't trying to do a land grab. They was just, what were they trying to defeat the Ukraine? What you think their objective was?
Well, they pushed, and it's another video I'm trying to find in a minute. Okay, so again, they had agreements. Both sides lie, both sides cheat. Don't get me wrong. Remember when they broke up in like 1999 or whatever it was? They made an agreement with Moscow. Again, like we're not moving east. You don't move west. You know what I'm saying? When Ukraine and the rest of those, the Warsaw Pact and those start to break up, Russia didn't have the strength, the money, and also the will to go to war to keep them in place. So they let them break off. They let them, Estonia, they let them break off. All right. So when they did that, they gave them their little independence. But it's a little bit, it's like this. Okay, like a guy telling a girl, you can break up with me, but you cannot date him. All right. So,
right. Yeah, I said right.
Yeah. So they started dating the other guy, and so they got ticked off, but it still wasn't close. But Georgia, if you remember Georgia, and he brought that out, Georgia was teasing about joining NATO. It wasn't like a month later, all of a sudden there's this incursion on the border that Russia has. Hey, we got to go in. It was a made up incursion, but it was like letting you know. And then Georgia has been quiet ever since. I think Putin thought he could do that to Ukraine.
Okay. Just, it started out, maybe if I blow up a couple of cities, you guys are piped down.
Well, when he went in now, they was going for Kyiv, but they are so corrupt that we are corrupt too. We find out again by Doge, but They were so corrupt. The generals, instead of buying the uniforms, the ammunition, the tanks, or whatever, would go buy themselves a yacht or a dacha, mansion. So when the Russians went in, they were not as tough as they thought they were. They was going to Kiev, and generally when they either going to kill or capture the president of Ukraine. That was the whatever only they know, kill or capture, because you don't want him to get away. He had a way out. He could have got a way out, but he said, send me bullets, not a ride. So it appeared the way he did that attack, it appeared he was trying to take the country. He later said, "No, I was just playing. I really wanted this area, but I wouldn't." Yeah, yeah. They got their butt whipped. I mean, Ukraine, give them that. They fought back hard, and then we started because of the weapons that Trump sent them. They was able to, and the training. They trained with NATO forces for 2 years, 2.5 years before the attack. So they had the training, the structure of the NATO forces, how they fight the war was a lot better than the Russians. The Russians don't have really strong NCOs. They have lieutenants and they have officers, and the officers get killed a lot because you got to lead from the front because you got a bunch of uneducated people with you. You know what I'm saying? That leadership structure is not there in Russia. Maybe they have changed in a couple of years, but it's not there. So yeah, he's like, go ahead.
What does peace look like from what you feel like? Okay, I'm imagining Trump is saying, okay, Russia, you keep what you got, and stop fighting.
Yes.
Zelensky, accept your losses.
Yes.
And stop fighting.
Yes.
Is that what it seemed like in the most simplest term?
Yes, and to the Ukrainians, we are going to fortify you with weapons that that you have the opportunity. Now, we're not going to put troops. We're not going to put boots on the ground. Spain is talking about putting boots. Ukraine, Great Britain is talking about. France is talking about putting boots on the ground. But I do believe if they do, and they get attacked, especially if Trump is in the office, he will not allow NATO to respond. Those individual countries going to have to back up their talk, because that's the same thing. I don't know if you know, several times in the war, the president of Ukraine got caught lying. Say those countries that are close by Russia and are close by Ukraine, a missile bomb aircraft will come and fall in their country. He would say, see, it's deliberate. We need NATO here. He don't care about World War III. He's trying to save his own butt, like Tim has said. He's trying to save his own tail, so he'll do anything, whatever he had to do. Lie, cheat, or steal. Several times, there have been incursions, Russians chasing Ukrainians, and they go into a NATO airspace. It's close, you know what I'm saying? But it's not deliberately attacking them. But Zelensky would say, look at this, what you're going to do? They attack you, and in the media, harping it up, trying to get the Americans to attack. But one more thing. Remember, Germany had a pipeline, liquid gas pipeline with Russia.
Right.
And I don't know if you remember, it got blown up.
I remember that.
Right.
There's a speculation that America blew it up.
What it appears is that the United States definitely said they did not have, the way they put it was very, very worded, is perfect. He said,
meaning like, we don't want to get caught lying. We're going to tell this.
Right. He said, I can verify there was no U.S. troops involved. So I trained Ukrainian forces, German, Polish, whoever, divers. They went down, and they blew it up. On the up side, they was trying to say Russians blew up their own pipeline. Think about it. Only thing Russia has to do is turn off the spigot. They control the pipeline. It's coming from their country. They're making, I say millions of dollars. Because Germany, especially, and they did it during the cold season. It was horrible for the Germans and the Polish and the Europeans when that happened because, you know, but the mentality in America is, you know, don't have nothing to do with the Russians. Cut off everything, which you only make the enemy matter. You know what I'm saying? You broaden the war, but it appears that it was Ukrainian forces under supervision of the United States that blew up the pipeline, and that might not never come out. But it appears it was definitely not the Russians.
Right. So, yeah. So America's footprint over in Europe or NATO. Like, I'm gonna say this here before I go to that. If the Europeans decide, I say the NATO forces, I guess I should say. I don't know if that's the right term, but because Russia is a European country, but if those NATO European countries decide to go into Russia, I would imagine that we probably get dragged into it, right? Because
the thing is, it's all about how well you phrase the lie. Why are we invading? Why are we going into Russia? So remember, NATO is not an offensive pact; it's a defensive. If attacked, we defend. It's not. Let's go in and free this country. Now they're starting to use it after 9/11. They you know we took NATO down into Afghanistan and Iraq, but that's what it was not meant for, and that's what the Russian was afraid all the time. You're saying that you're only here to protect yourself, but look what you're doing with NATO. But go ahead.
Yeah, I got you, but I can kind of understand using those forces because it was designed to stop Russia, right? Right. So, but okay, we still got troops here that can attack other nations if necessary, but we won't use these NATO forces to attack.
Right. But my point is, once you do that, Russia already sees you as a threat, and now you're doing it. They're like, oh my God, they've been lying this whole time. But go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, Russia can't overlook the fact that, look, Russia, we're putting these forces here as a defensive measures only against you. And we haven't broken that, you know what I'm saying, since its inception. Now, okay, yeah, we use these forces in other campaigns, but we've never used one against y'all.
Well, like, right, I see what you're saying, but that doesn't float with them because they are fearful. Remember,
they already know that these forces could be used against them. They know that, right?
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. They whatever you're doing, they're looking like, look at this. See, so that's what they say. That's what they're looking at. And during Desert Storm, the Russians saw how awesome the United States military is. They said then, the United States could only be stopped by nuclear weapons. So they wrote it into their policy. If attacked, they will use nukes. It's out there also as like a warning. We know we're going to lose. You know what I'm saying? They know they cannot defend against the combined might. Once we get all our forces over there and we line up toe to toe, they know they can't stop us. So they's like, all right, but we can nuke you, and that dissolves all our power structure when they do that. You know what I'm saying? It levels the playing field.
You think if Russia invaded Poland, it would
Oh yeah.
result to nukes?
Oh well, it might not result to nukes, but that by law, Poland is now a NATO nation, and so that would trigger. It's called the Article 5 of NATO in the treaty. Any one nation attack is attacking all the nations. So that would trip the wire, and then so they know. But don't get me wrong now, Poland, and that's another thing. This is where I see it. We're not only there for Russia. I guarantee you, if the United States pulled back, going back to the 1800s, going back to Germany, Poland, what has always happened is if without the United States there, they fight among themselves. Remember, Serbia, we had to go into Serbia, Yugoslavia, we had, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Without American troops there to keep them at each other's throat, mm-hmm. Russia has, they have the receipts. Who invaded who? The Germans invaded Russia. Before that, the Germans invaded Russia. Before that, Napoleon invaded Russia. So they're like, I don't care what y'all say, how defensive y'all are the ones that have been invading us for whatever reason. You get me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get you. Wow, that's quagmire. But fast forward a little bit, there's talks of, I initially heard you and Timmons talking about the Europe need to provide for their own defense,
yes.
Right?
Yes.
What does that look like? What idea do you have in your mind?
Okay, so in the NATO treaty, each nation supposed to provide, I think it's 2.5% of your GDP should go to your military. Them bad boys, some was like, 0.25 or, they weren't doing anything.
Okay.
In all these years, America has been over there, and we've been over there, and it gives us the ability to flex a little muscle. When Germany or whoever say, well, we think we should do this, Americans say, nah, we're not going to allow it, or however sweet we say it. You know what I'm saying? Just like, remember the Falklands War? Well, we could have stopped that from both sides, but then we would have, our military was bigger than the British and the Argentinians together. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We could have stopped it, but we had to let them fight because they grown. Okay. So they're adults. Yeah, they're adults. So the same mm-hmm. thing, but in Europe, we don't let Italy get upset with Spain without just mm-hmm. like, okay, Turkey and Greece, they went to war mm-hmm. in the 70s. What did we say? We started saying, look, we may have to hit both of y'all to stop y'all from fighting each other. Or we mm-hmm. gonna sanction, you know what I'm saying? So we have keep the peace, because right now, Turkey wants Cyprus. They have part mm-hmm. of it. And mm-hmm. Greek want the other part. So they are ready to go to a shooting war, but because the United States got this big military, even in Turkey, that they mm-hmm. know, we're going to have to fight them and them. So it's a deterrent, right. Not just for Russia, but we're keeping the peace in Europe. Take America mm-hmm. out. Poland right now, because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has kicked up their, building up their tank force and everything at a alarming rate to a lot of Europeans. They are mm-hmm. more scared of each other than they are of Russia right now, but they ain't gonna say it. All right. Then you got Germany is kicking up its military because mm-hmm. of they use that excuse. Mm-hmm. Russia is mm-hmm. big and bad, and within a couple of years they could be coming here, and we don't know how the Americans going to react. So, but Germany and Poland are always notorious enemies. So
Mhm.
Germany don't want Poland to get too big, and Poland don't want Germany to get too big. And then France, they always want be doing their own little thing. The same thing with them. They have animosity with the Great Britain, and they have animosity with the other states. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we have been over there, and they know if they, hey, shoot, we ain't big. We might be big and bad, but we set off the Americans. Whose side they gonna take? That sort of thing. So
America is pretty much brokering this peace even between the NATO countries.
absolutely.
Okay.
Hey,
Huh.
hey, Chuck, keep your eye on Turkey, man. That's
Oh yeah.
that's what. Hey, I think the little horn coming up out of there.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
I was just about to go to Daniel and see if we could segue into that. But go ahead, I'll let y'all speak on that while I look.
Oh yeah.
What
Just
you
the number one, not the number one. One of the number one enemies of Israel is Turkey. Turkey said because of Gaza, we might have to go down there and handle some business. All right, that's Turkey was already talking about possibly going into Gaza to protect the Palestinians. All right, that's a war, and see that's an offensive war, so that should not trigger the Article 5. Do you get me?
Yeah.
So Israel is not attacking Turkey, but Turkey is attacking Israel. And just like now, the United States is going to pick sides if that ever happened. All right. But just like with Argentina, we had agreements with Argentina and we had agreements with Great Britain. But guess which one we sided with? The
Great Britain.
Caucasians. The Caucasians, the lighter skinned white people.
Yeah.
does it still come down to that, you think?
To a certain extent. I mean, we remember now they are part of NATO. Argentina is a small backwater country that sort of it was under a dictatorship at the time too. So we had a lot of reasons that we could have gone against them. You know what I'm saying? We have there's more of a hit there. They're our cousins. Great Britain is our cousins for the founding fathers on back, right? So they were part of NATO. We cannot weaken them because of NATO. Right? So we gave them satellite information, targeted information, all that, and we said we wasn't, but we was lying through our teeth. So yeah, it comes to that to a certain extent. Who are we gonna hang out with?
Right.
Yeah. I
So
mean, I think
go
a
ahead, Tim.
large part of it also, brothers, is that money, man. You know what I'm saying? Greed done infiltrated this thing. Well, I ain't gonna say infiltrated because it's always been here, but I mean, it's so vast right now, man. It's everywhere. You ain't the greed of man
Oh yeah.
is killing this world, man.
Yeah, I said commerce. I mean, we go to war for money. He said what they make it look like is we go into war because someone did something egregious. When World War II broke out, it was for land and it was for the wheat. So it's a commercial product or something that we could use. You know what I'm saying? The Germans wanted more land, and all those roaches, rat people needed to die so they can take the land, take the corn fields and everything else. You know what I'm saying? They're lower than human, so they don't deserve it anyway. All right, so the Japanese had no oil, so they had to go to other places to get the oil. All right, so that's commerce. That's something that they need. The industry, they needed the commerce, and we cut them off. I don't know if you know, they started going into China. We cut them off from the oil. I think we was one of their major producers or something like that. And we cut them off, and then hey, they said, okay, we got to step this thing up. Either we bow down to America, and we ain't bowing now. we're gonna step this thing up and hit them in Pearl Harbor. But it was a push. Just so happens we had no aircraft carriers in Pearl Harbor. That's a miracle. You know what I'm saying? It's like the perfect. If you're gonna attack us, hit just these ships, and that's all they needed to get the American people behind them. Once you attack 9/11, just hit this tower that you blew up a couple of years ago. I think it was 1992. They had the bombing in
94, 92. Yeah, somebody tried to blow up the tower.
Right. Then in 2001, they took them down. Just so happens. Just so happens there was an exercise going on that kind of confused people. Was it real life? Just so happens. But yeah, it's money. Follow the money, and you see a lot of the evil. Well, Christ said, "What the root of all evil is money."
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Love of the money. Yeah. So what I was looking at while you was talking, Daniel 7, right? And Daniel 7 was stating that a lot of Christians believe that it's dealing with Europe. He says, well, I guess we can say that because of history. Let's see here. He says, Daniel 7:7, he says, I saw in the night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful, terrible, and strong exceedingly, and it had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake into pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse or different from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. I considered the horns, and behold, there came up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. I beheld till the thrones were cast down, and the Ancient of Days did sit, blah, 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 blah. So these 10 horns, we historically believe that Daniel 7 is referring to Rome. And then Rome, when it fell, so to speak, it divided into 10 smaller nations, right? Which were the 10 horns. It looked like this Roman thing is evolving. It was a powerful nation, and then it had the 10 horns. Once Rome fell, the 10 horns, each one of those horns probably had a swing at the bat. And then later on, we see that the 10 horns received these crowns, because when we read Daniel, there's no crowns on these horns. They're just horns, 10 individual nations, but they receive kind of like a little, well, I'll just say crowns, and crowns usually signify a king or a dictator. You know what I'm saying? And then amongst them,
not
go
sure.
ahead, Tim.
Now I'm asking a question. Okay, now,
Yeah.
Of course, we know that it originated, you know what I'm saying, with 10. Okay, when the little horn rises up, he takes away 3 of them, right? So it leaves it with 7. So when we get the Revelations, it's 7 heads, right?
Yeah, but it still got the 10 horns. The 7 heads, I think that depicts, because you'll notice, like Revelations chapter 12, the crowns on that beast that he shows in 12, the crowns are not on the horns, the crowns is on the head. You know what I'm saying? It says, oh, go ahead. We'll take a look at that.
How can we make sense of now 10 horns. Now that little horn, he did away with three of those horns, right?
Yeah, he plucked them up.
Okay, so now that leaving 7. So
How do we get back to 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the question. I don't know. Different folks that I've read, they say they go through the history and they show where um let's see here. I gotta look I got some notes on that. But basically those that was plucked up were replaced with three other ones. They named the three countries that ceased to exist.
Okay.
Um,
But now, okay, now
and
where we get the seven heads from Revelation? Why
um,
seven? Why seven heads?
Now I personally believe those seven heads represents those four. You know, when you count the heads in Daniel, right? All right, the first beast was a lion, right?
Mhm.
And the second beast was a yeah, the lion, the
We had the
leopard.
lion, the bear, the leopard, and
Okay,
then the
yeah, the bear.
terrible.
Okay, so you got the lion with one head, the bear with one head, and then you got the leopard with four heads. So that's six. And then you got the terrible beast with the 10 horns that make the seventh head.
Okay, okay. All right, I see where you're at.
Mhm.
I see what you're saying.
Mhm.
We kicking the can. You know what I'm saying? I
We
ain't.
kicking the can. We straight kicking the
Yeah,
can.
yeah. I ain't fully there because I do not know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know. Now, of course, the three horns, like I said, the Bible, we know that while they were still horns, they were plucked up.
Yeah.
But we also know that when they get their crown, there's 10 again. So something happened from the time when they were just horns until they became horns with crowns. Because when the crowns come back, it's 10 of them. You know what I'm saying? It
Okay,
was
but are the 10 horns equivalent to the head? Are the horns the heads?
no,
Or
they're
or, or,
different.
or the horns the crown?
Yeah, you look at like go back to something that we're pretty familiar with, the he goat, right?
Uh,
The he goat had a horn on it, and the horn represented uh the leader,
yeah,
which was Alexander the Great, right?
yeah,
And then the horn was broken, and then four horns came up, which
yeah,
represented the four generals.
yeah.
So we can and we know that the little horn is it
The,
seems to be a
the Antichrist.
person. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? That's how we come. Like I said, we still kicking this thing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that the heads represent the head, and you got an empire. You got a leader. You know what I'm saying? We know
Yeah,
that the he goat represented Greece,
yeah.
but the horn represented Alexander. You see what I'm saying?
Hmm. Okay, I got
Yeah. So with that being said, what is the little horn would be a question. Then, and far as I see, the little horn never gets a crown. There's never a crown placed upon the little horn. So,
Um,
uh,
I think he is. I think he's. I have to find the scripture, but I think he gets a crown. He's given a crown. It says,
okay.
but
And I know I know it appears that yeah, if you can find that, it'll be good. But I know those other horns are definitely they're giving crowns. You know what I'm saying? But I can't recall right now where that little horn gets his crown at.
I think. Let's see. I don't know how much. I got one or two more videos, but
Okay.
since we're on the horn, um,
Mhm.
can y'all see the script? Can you see what y'all see?
It says the little horn in Daniel 7 and
Okay.
8.
Okay, yeah. Daniel 7 and 8 and the beast in Revelation 13 and 17 are
Mhm.
closely connected. Both symbolize I believe, the Antichrist and his final world empire. Daniel vision described a ruler who rises from a revive Roman, because it's part of the body. It's part of that iron. It goes into the toes. That's why they believe it's the revised Roman Empire, or the continuation of that empire. But got the legs, the thighs, the ankles down to the 10 feet. So we know it's connected. So, and rules for 3.5 years. And we'll get to that too. Let's see. The Roman.
Keep talking, Chuck. I'm gonna grab one of my notes and.
All right, the revised Roman Empire. Possibly the EU. Combination of United Nations, global movement. We do know, which is amazing to me. All right, the mark of the beast. We know that it's not the coins, or what they're making, but we do know they're making coins now on the internet with no physical representation. Right? Some of them do print them out, but generally they're in the Ethernet. So you don't have anything physical. So that works perfectly as part of the beast system. You know what I'm saying? You got these, what they call it CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, cashless. You got no coins. Like now the dollar has no gold value. So whatever they say it's worth is what it's worth. And that's amazing to see the fulfillment. For me, is to see the fulfillment. All right. So we know the rise of the Antichrist, how he rise up, and the different things that allow him to rise up, what we have today with control, with security cameras and all this type of stuff. And this is another one is, have y'all heard of Chris Lamb? Christ
Lamb?
It's Chris Lamb. Combination of Christianity and Islam.
Oh no, I haven't heard of that. No.
Yeah. So that's another thing. That's definitely, it's an interface. Going back to Pope Paul, when he had the witch doctors, he had the wizards, all that kind of stuff came to the Vatican, and they had a group hug, it's that sort of thing. But now they call it Chris Lamb, and that.
Hey.
Go ahead.
I'm going to piggyback off what you're saying, right? I found this video. I'm going to send it to y'all. It's only about 6 minutes long, right? You got Louis Farrakhan, and that's what attracted me to it. Louis Farrakhan, he had something to say about Trump, right?
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to paraphrase what he said. He said that he was talking about Trump and saying, he read a couple of scriptures from the Bible, then he read a scripture from the Quran, right?
Uh-huh.
And then he to try to tie this thing together, he said, Mr. Trump, you need to bow. You need to bow to Jesus. And he says, now over in Islam, we say that there is no God. God is one.
Uh-huh.
And then he says, but that's bowing to Jesus is the same thing. So I sent that video to my brother and my nephew and say, hey, do y'all subscribe to what he just said?
Right.
It seems like he's trying to do Chris Lamb, what you're speaking on.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Where he's like, well, that's the closest I ever seen a Muslim come to saying Jesus is God.
Right.
Hey man, look like he could be. This cat could be trying to perform a Houdini trick shot without doggone saying that he was wrong.
Yeah, I think he's tiptoeing. Now, to be honest, that's my gut feeling.
Oh yeah.
Is that he's tiptoeing back towards Christianity because he know.
Yeah.
The Bible is valid, but he can't just turn that boat around because you'll break the rudder.
Well, I see it the other way. Okay, I'm trying to get you. Okay, with the Muslims, I don't know if they do this all the time. Okay, especially when it comes to if dealing with Detroit, you deal with Chicago. They do this. They invite the Christians over. They tell them all the good stuff they want to hear, but it's to me it's to pollute, not to save. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm not coming. I'm a Muslim. I'm not coming an inch toward you, but I'm gonna get you to come this whole mile toward me. That's what I see what he's doing. He's not confessing Christ, or he cannot, but he will allure you into the den of lions by saying stuff that you want to hear.
Okay. I mean, that's definitely, can't rule that out. You know what I'm saying? But why not just stick with, so that's to get more followers, do the Chris Lamb thing?
To conquer you, I will lie to you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, it's a trick move. I need more allies against this group. So I will do what I have to do, and I will say one thing to the Christians and another thing to my people back in the back. Now up front, the Christians they did that during the civil marches and stuff like that too. But your boy Malcolm X spoke against it, but the others, it's more cunning. In other words, to me.
I see you and I try to forward the video to you and Tim. If you feel it's worthwhile, it's a short video. If you could show that and give me your opinion. I mean, let's see what he's talking about.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Check your text message and see. You'll see Farrakhan and Trump.
All right. I'm still waiting. I haven't got it yet.
Okay.
But did y'all go over Daniel 7? I know Daniel 2, but
no, we haven't finished. I mean, I just read it. I just read Daniel 7 about the 10 horn.
Okay.
And then Daniel 7 just says, it goes all the way down to the terrible beast, right?
Yes.
And then just like what you got displayed, and then he says 3 of the first horns. It says, to whom were 3 of the first horn plucked up by the roots, and behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and the mouth speaking great things. So we kind of just stopped there and just kind of talked about what these horns represent, and it appears that the horns represents several things, but in this case, peoples. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And like I said, from my research, the little horn rises from the 4th beast, which represents the final empire before God's kingdom. This figure is often associated with the Antichrist, who exalts himself above God. I still haven't got that thing from you.
Okay, I'm gonna just try to send it directly
Daniel
to you.
7. Who are the 4 beasts, and who is the little horn?
This is a little video. He's a 7-day Adventist. I figured him out at the end of it. I like to say, I like how they do good things about certain things, but we know, they go way off on other things. But I don't know if you want to see this one. I can skip it if not.
That's fine with me. That's cool.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, I don't really
Daniel 7.
care, Chuck, what denomination they ascribe to, as long as they speaking truth, and I'm cool with it.
4 beasts, and who is the little horn? Daniel 7 is a parallel prophecy to Daniel 2. The 10 horns and the little horn are an expansion, giving us more details to what to look out for in these last days. Let's get started. Daniel 7:4. The first was like a lion and had eagle's wings. The first beast of Daniel 7 is a lion, and again this is Babylon with King Nebuchadnezzar. Daniel 7:5. And behold, another beast, a second, like to a bear, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it between the teeth of it. The second beast, the bear, is Medo-Persia. The 3 ribs represent the sides on which they ruled, the west, north, and the south. Daniel 7:6. I beheld, and lo, another, a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of a fowl. The beast had also 4 heads. The third beast, the leopard, is Greece, with the leader Alexander the Great. The 4 heads represent the 4 major generals under Alexander. Daniel 7:7. And behold, a 4th beast, dreadful and terrible, and strong exceedingly, and had great iron teeth, and it had 10 horns. The 4th beast represents the Roman Empire. Notice how it had iron, just like the Roman Empire of Daniel 2 had iron. The 10 horns that stem from Rome are again the 10 nations or kingdoms that rise up after the fall of the Roman Empire.
And that's what you was getting to.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I disagree with him on that. But yeah, that's one of the ways they get to the 10 nations.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me before you start them again, Chuck. What's your view on that?
Well, this is behind us. I don't see those. I don't know that. Well, okay, you see where the groups are grouped together. Maybe they could be true because well, that's Europe. You got those.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with his map, but just the fact that the 10 horns represent some 10 nations that come out of the Roman Empire.
Yeah. So I mean, we come out of the United States. Meaning the Caucasians that settle over here, because you got the Italians and the British was conquered by the Italians and the Spanish. You see what I'm saying? So that's that whole Mediterranean area was under the Roman Empire, and you get into after the Caesar and them, it went all the way up to Turkey and all that. So the Roman Empire is huge in that area. Right. So from that comes 10 nations, but which 10 nations and to me, at what time? Is it during this time or is it during our time that these 10 nations rise up? You feel me? We might
I agree. I agree with we don't know exactly which ones it is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Or the time period. Is it past or is it present?
Are we talking about in biblical terms? What the Bible is saying, or what this guy is talking about?
Both.
As far as the nation, as far as it being past the present. Yeah. Because we do know that according to Revelations, that is, of course, it's in the future. It ain't happening right now, but the 10 nations, they got to come into existence. You know what I'm saying? They major players. So we do know that. You know what I'm saying? We do know it's now. Right. Of course, when I say now, I mean future.
Yeah. Well, see, the thing with me is why I kind of disagree with him because he puts it so much in the past. Now, that could be the 10 nations in the future could come up from these so-called 10 nations that he's talking about. I don't know. But we do know that it's going to be 10 nations. But go ahead.
I want to throw this out there, Chuck. It does seem like to make this thing continuous, right?
Yeah.
And it seems like a continuous progression, right? You got the fall of the Roman. I would think that the 10 horns came up that was a result of the fall of the Roman Empire.
I get you.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then the 10 horns, sprang up and had their dominance. Now, like you said, which 10 was it? You know what I'm saying? We don't. We may have to just do a deep dive on that.
Because say NATO is 32 nations. So which of the 10 of NATO, and NATO is in Europe, not counting America, bodily, So could be, and all right. So within those nations, those 32 nations, are also tribes, tongues, and people but they just happen to be in a landmass that separates them. They actually speak the same language. You know what I'm saying? Because you got Germany and Austria. They speak German. You got the doggone which the ones up there? Some Scandinavian countries.
Scandinavian, yeah.
Yeah, they speak German. So you know what I'm saying? So that's a group of people that they're not one physical nation, but they're a nation of people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They are ethnic group. They are speakers of German. You know.
A clue to this thing could be when we look at the four horns on the previous beast, right? We saw the four generals, and they had dominance. I guess they was considered at that time for major powers, right?
Gotcha.
But like you said, now those four covered, one of them covered Egypt, and that, you know, it was a regional type thing.
Yeah, they're easy to follow.
Yeah, because he tells us.
Yeah, go ahead.
He tells us.
Chuck, could you send Chuck? Yep, those maps that we was looking at. Did you you know what I mean? Because that'll show the land. You know what I'm saying? The which each general where they covered.
Oh yeah, I think it might be coming up. I can go back. You talking about?
I'm talking about Ptolemy, Seleucus.
Yeah, that's coming. I think that's coming in here.
Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so what those guys, they was kind of like, we can't necessarily just call it. It was like a region that they ruled over.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
They had borders. They had identifiable borders, and they and they had a family tree that kept them in order. So they was easy to follow. Go ahead.
And, we got to look real quick. I mean, I ain't mean to cut you off, Sharp. That dude and Antigonus.
Yes.
We got to look at it now, because you know what I'm saying. When you say they had borders, Antigonus seems, you know, I did a little reading as far as historical on the guy. They said dude was they say he was a straight dictator. He wasn't well liked. He was nasty. And the other guy, the other generals teamed up and had this dude killed.
Right. Well, see, that if you look at history, that's what threw me off when I first started studying this. The Bible only speaks of 4, but when what's his name died, there was actually 5. So, but they teamed up and killed the other one, and that's when you have the 4. That's why some scholars, you know, they try to say Daniel is wrong because he only speaks of the 4, but there was actually 5. But he was a small. His territory was small compared to the others.
Which one? Antigonus?
I have to look him up.
I think Lycamus was small.
Okay, it was one of them that got wiped out. I think.
Well, that's Antigonus right there.
Okay.
But you know, we'd have to, you know, and it's just my opinion. You know what I mean? We probably have to look at that thing, you know what I'm saying? Pray and ask the Spirit to reveal to us who the 4 are, as opposed to, you know what I mean? Because we, you know, of course we can go back in history and see it's 5, but we know that the Bible only speaks of talking about 4 of them. So we don't know which 4 they are, but it's only 4 of them, regardless of whether it was 5 in history.
Well, I'm saying is, I feel confident in the 4 because they lasted. They continued on. I have to get, as soon as we get through this one, let me just get through this one and we'll get to it. See.
Oh yeah, check your text message, Chuck. I sent you that video.
All right.
Whenever you get a chance.
Gotcha. Let me see which one this is. All right, so this is Daniel 7:24. Have we covered this one yet?
Daniel and the 10 horns out of his kingdoms that rise and others. That's where we at right now.
Okay. All right. So
that kind of goes back to that video that you were showing.
Okay. So the little horn is a ruler who persecutes God's people and speaks and seeks to change laws and religions. Now, they see that as the Pope. That's another thing with Seventh-day Adventists. They see that because during the reign of the Pope, he did change the calendar from, what was
Gregorian?
it? Yeah.
Or did he change it to that?
To the Gregorian. Gregorian was a Saint Gregorian, one of the popes. Yeah. So and you went to bed on this day and you woke up on another day due to the Pope, because he changed laws. He changed what they say was the Sabbath, you know what I'm saying, and all that. And that's why I mess with the Sabbath seekers, because this Sunday that we on now could have been a Friday, you know what I'm saying? Because they really changed the days. It's not the same 7 days from the beginning of Christ, you know what I'm saying? What we call Sunday and Saturday, the days will change. But what you call, do you feel me? You know what I'm saying? From Adam all the way down to Abraham, all the way down to Gregorian, they changed the day itself. So how can you observe something when it's been changed?
Yeah, okay. Like the way we look at time, our time starts at midnight, right?
Right.
I'm assuming we're under the same calendar that the Pope changed it to, right?
Yes.
Okay. The Jewish calendar went from sundown.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? The sundown was the next day, actually.
Yes.
I believe. Yeah, night started before day. So even with that, it over expanse of time would throw you off.
Yes.
I would imagine.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Just that alone.
Because it was only 30 days in a month. And we know that the time is not perfect. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So even in that, you have to throw some leap days in there, you know. So what I'm saying is you can't be a legalist like they are and say, I'm worshiping on Saturday. Yeah, really?
So actually, every day. I mean, that kind of ties into what we believe. Every day is a Saturday.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna change. You know, what they call the Sabbath might be Monday.
Right.
Or Wednesday.
All right, got another little short video, and then I'm gonna work my way to that. What we was talking about, Brother Tim. I'm trying to move a little quick.
The little city known as the Vatican, which is home to the Roman Catholic Church and its Pope. It's a little horn, or a little city, but it's powerful. So powerful that it plucked out 3 of the 10 kingdoms or horns. Verse 8, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. This prophetic saying means that the little horn will claim authority and infallibility over all others, even kings, claiming even to this day to be the head of Christ's church, the substitute of Messiah, the vicar of Christ, claiming to be again infallible and without error, with no room to ever be challenged or questioned. The Catholic Church and its Pope have stood by this till this very day. This little horn makes war with the saints, killing thousands of lives for not converting and obeying the Pope. Daniel 7:21. I behold, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them. This little horn changes even the times and the seasons. Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and think to change times and laws. We know that the papacy boasts of changing the Sabbath, the law of the Sabbath, from the 7th day to the first day of the week, Sunday, along with changing the calendar to the Gregorian calendar. So it's quite evident what the clues given in Daniel 7, that the papacy and its apostate church fits the description of the little horn.
All right, you got that one? Any questions?
Okay. What's your interpretation of what this guy was saying? Is it
again, he being a legalist? His main thing, their main thing is he changed the day, Sabbath. That's what it. You know, they there on that. He changed the calendar. So some of it, to me, it does fit. But to me, the Pope is more like the false prophet than he is the little horn. Because again, at some point in time, there's going to be one little horn, the real Antichrist. Paul said there's many Antichrists now. Back in his day, there was many Antichrists. And the Pope is just a mini Antichrist. But he ain't the Antichrist. That's what I see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this little horn
city.
guy.
Go ahead.
I was saying based on his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's the Pope. But did he talk about? I know he mentioned that they plucked up 3 of the other horns.
Right. He hasn't mentioned that. I think he might mention it in here. He names them. What it is of those 10 tribes that he was talking about, the Vatican supposedly destroyed 3 of them, and he brings that out. That's why he sees this as in the past.
I kind of agree with that. Well, his time frame, because like I say, I just kind of see it as a continuous thing that there's no gap. And that's where I'm seeing it right now. You know what I'm saying? Because, but go ahead, I'm gonna let you go. But that's how I'm seeing it. That it's a continuous thing.
Brother, let me say this real quick. Okay, now, we when we look at Bible, right? You know what I'm saying? Bible talks about Babylon. All right. We know Babylon is Iraq, right? Iraq or Iran. Iran.
Well, I mean, it's Iraq. Iraq was Babylon. That was a location of Babylon.
Yeah. I'm talking about the actual land right now. You know what I'm saying? The area that Babylon occupied is Iraq, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's where the headquarters was at for sure.
Yeah, and then you know what I'm saying, you look at what's the next player? Medes and Persia. Their land is Iran, right?
Yep, that's primarily, yep.
Okay. All right. Then you look at the Greece. You know what I'm saying? We okay. That's still present day Greece.
Yeah.
That ain't changed. But how I see this thing is that okay, Iraq and Iran, they're gonna be players. They were players back then, right? Okay, so now, but this beast is gonna be a conglomeration of all of that.
Gotcha.
Meaning that it showed us back then who they were, and it's allowing us to see the players who are going to be in the future. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, all the beasts that came along comes up in that one beast at the end. He's a mixture of all those beasts before him.
Yeah, exactly.
But I want to point out, Babylon was destroyed and it doesn't exist anymore. So what we're looking at is prophetic Babylon, not the actual Babylon.
Yeah, Babylon occupied the territory of Iran, but these empires expanded, right? I mean, you'll probably have to pull up a map.
Rome was just a city, but the empire was Roman. You see what I'm saying? So that city signified the capital. So when Babylon was destroyed, the empire of Babylon was destroyed.
Right, I'm tracking that. So what you think we should be looking at when he like say the Babylonian Empire, right? What should we be looking at? The land? Should we be looking at the spirit of this thing?
Well, see that in Revelations, he is calling this place. He's given the Jews and all the the biblical people a bearing. It's Babylon, but it's a spiritual Babylon, meaning just like Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not the actual Sodom and Gomorrah when he called the Jews, that Jerusalem, Sodom and Gomorrah. It's not the actual Sodom and Gomorrah. It is the spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah.
Or they possess that spirit.
Yes.
I think it's Sodom and Egypt, ain't it, Chuck?
Sodom and Egypt.
Yeah.
Sorry. Sodom and Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you feel me? There was an actual Sodom and there's an actual Egypt. But he showed the Egypt generally means worldly, of the world. And then Sodom, it means, it's disgusting. And there's a judgment on them. But Egypt is saved in Revelation. But Sodom, we know, was destroyed. So he's telling you that spirit that's on that city and how they act. Now, this other city, this Babylonian city, is not the actual in Iraq city. It's moved just like he's saying Sodom and Egypt is Jerusalem. It moved to somewhere else. I think it's Rome. But I think he brings it out on this a little bit later. But that's so. Go ahead.
When he mentions Babylon, well, in this text, in the context of Daniel 7, we're talking Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon. Well, I think we agree on that. That Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon. Right.
I think he brings this out. Oh, I have to go back to the scripture.
Yeah. I think it's Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon.
It could be. I just have to see it again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have my Bible right now. But what was the point you were making?
Yeah, I was just for clarity that because there's another. Now, when he referred to Sodom, not Sodom and Egypt. Well, like when he refers to Babylon in the book of Revelation, I think he's probably referring to Shinar. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he's referring to Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon. He's talking about the Babylon.
What I'm saying is when he refers to the Babylon in Revelation, it's not Shinar. He's speaking of Rome.
I got you. I got what you're saying, but he classified Rome as Babylon because they was things about Babylon. They was had all this crazy religion, right?
Yeah.
Like when you read the two Babylons, Islam.
Yeah.
Two Babylons, right?
Yeah.
He's referring to Babylon out there in Shinar.
Yes.
Tower Babel and everything, Nimrod, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
They had that same. Rome has that same spirit, religious,
right,
entity type thing, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just making a distinction between the Babylons. That's all. So that's it. So basically, what I'm saying.
All right, let's hit this and see.
The little city known as the Vatican, which is home to the Roman Catholic Church and its Pope. It's a little horn, or a little city, but it's powerful. So powerful that it plucked out 3 of the 10 kingdoms or horns. Verse 8, before whom there were 3 of the first horns plucked up by the roots. This prophetic saying means that the little horn will claim authority and infallibility over all others, even kings, claiming even till this day to be the head of Christ's church, the substitute of Messiah, the vicar of Christ, claiming to be again infallible and without error, with no room to ever be challenged or questioned. The Catholic Church and its Pope have stood by this till this very day. This little horn makes war with the saints, killing thousands of lives for not converting and obeying the Pope. Daniel 7:21. I behold, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them. This little horn changes even the times and the seasons. Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and think to change times and laws. We know that the papacy boasts of changing the Sabbath, the law of the Sabbath, from the 7th day to the first day of the week, Sunday, along with changing the calendar to the Gregorian calendar. So it's quite evident what the clues given in Daniel 7, that the papacy and its apostate church fits the description of the little horn.
What's that?
I don't agree with what he just said.
What was that?
That they changed the Sabbath from the seventh day to the what, the first day? Ain't that what they just said?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, is he saying that they done that as far as from a cultural standpoint? So for what we knew it, for what the world knows it to be,
it's law. What the Catholics see, we worship, whatever day. But the Catholics, when they first started off, when they went, when they got really bossy, they moved it. The Jews was worshiping on Saturday. The Catholics, was made it, a law. You had to worship God on Sunday. So that's what he's bringing out.
Oh, okay. I got you. I got you. All right.
Yeah, they don't work off grace. If they say don't eat meat on Friday, don't let them catch you eat meat on Friday. That is a rule. Of course, they can't enforce it in America like they did in Europe. But they make rules, and the Pope or the bishop of that city would ensure that you didn't do anything other than what they did. So that's what he's talking about. They moved the worship from, which is not biblical, what he's saying either. The Christians would worship, the Christian Jews would worship at the temple on Sunday, because the other religious Jews would do their Judaism Saturday at the temple. You feel me? Before they had house churches, they still worshiped at the same temple. But the Christian Jews would do it on Sunday because the Lord rose on that day. And he's skipping over scripture to bring out his narrative.
That's what I was saying as far as Bible. That's why I was disagreeing as far as what Bible is concerned.
Yeah.
All
right, man of sin. Paul writing about Antichrist, 2 Thessalonians. We pretty much know that was. We know he's going to sit in his worship so that he, as God, sits in the temple of God, showing himself to be God. All right. So that's why a lot of people, see as a third temple is going to be built. He's going to set himself up. And we got Thessalonians, you got Romans. Not Romans, Revelation. Antichrist is as the man of sin and son of perdition.
There was given him dominion and glory and a kingdom that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that shall not be destroyed.
Okay, any questions?
What did he say, Chuck? I missed it.
That video.
What did he just say, that last little piece he said? Can you remember?
Let me see.
His kingdom shall be an everlasting kingdom, and the kingdom shall not be destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the last
I don't
piece
have
he
none
said.
of that stuff.
All right.
Hey, but I do agree, and I correct me if I'm wrong, Chuck. I think you was alluding to this, that you did I hear you say that you don't think the Pope is going to be Antichrist?
I think he's going to be the false prophet.
You broke up just now, Chuck. Say again now.
Yeah, I think the Pope is going to be the false prophet.
Okay, yeah. I don't think the Pope is going to be the Antichrist either. I don't think he is. I think that little horn is going to rise up, and he's not, and just me, man, is something, how everything that we've been taught. Well, everything that I've only been taught, I'm just talking about, religion, Christian message. Everything that, that I've heard people say has been wrong. And I don't believe that. I think they're wrong on that Pope too. I don't think the Pope is Antichrist.
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah. Because as you look at it, um, just to me, it's beautiful. Just like when Jesus Christ came, um, the Jews could not see the suffering Messiah; they saw the conquering Messiah. All right, but it was the same person coming twice. But with the Pope, he mimicked not the Pope, but with the devil, he mimics everything God does, but he does it a little bit different. So um, he has this, and this part of the teachings of the Catholic Church. They say, see, they don't want the Pope to be the Antichrist. So what they do, they teach against the Pope being the Antichrist and say, they take the scripture and show you where he's a world leader, right? And they make him out to be just a world leader, but they don't show you the part where the false prophet seems to be identical to a pope. You know what I'm saying? The false prophet make everybody bow down to this Antichrist, who has that kind of authority. You know, the Pope sits on about 1.5 million, 2 million, excuse me, not a million, billion to 2 billion people. So he already has a large following. Just about this Pope is about to die now. Looks like the world is crying. You know, I don't know if y'all know when Pope John Paul got shot.
I remember that.
The newspaper said it was if God was shot. Talking about blasphemy. Oh my goodness, that made me upset. But that's the sort of thing. So on one hand, the Antichrist is seen political, and that's the only thing the Catholic Church want to talk about, this political being. When on the other hand, the false prophet, you see he's more religious. So that's the combination. You know, the two comings of Christ, you know, world leader and spiritual leader, goes back to we were talking about earlier, Brother Shaw. It's like God split up. You could not be the high priest and the king.
Mm-hmm.
He split that up. Only Christ can fulfill that role, high priest and king. Going back to, you had Moses and his brother Aaron, had to keep those separate. The certain things that the king could do and the priest couldn't do, and they didn't merge that until the time of the Maccabees, the time of the Greeks, when they did away with kings and the priests became sole ruler of Israel. You know, they were priests.
Yes. Scribes and the Pharisees.
Yes.
Rise of them bad boys.
Yes. Yes.
You know, Jesus, when he was here, said, they said, because really Moses was of Aaron, of the tribe. What tribe was that?
It's
Moses, Levites.
Yeah.
Levites. He was a Levite.
Yeah.
And he was, you know, they was you know, of course, he was a Levite, and he was a leader of the people. Now, of course, Aaron was the high priest, but the Levites was pretty much the religious. I mean, the whole nation was religious, right? But that priestly order was kind of ruling for a while.
Yeah.
Am I looking at that right?
Yeah, you are. Because remember Korah and Dathan, they got upset. You know what I'm saying? They was like, man, you know, hey, you know what? How Moses get this authority over us? You know what I'm saying? We all Levites. He ain't got no business telling us what to do.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Korah and Dathan, them boys was mad. They wanted to be equal.
Mm-hmm. So going to Chuck's point, after the kings fell, it seemed like that religious order took back over.
Yes.
And you had, again, because by the time Jesus came, there was time. We need to write that down somewhere, because I think that's a key piece too.
What's that?
That see how they had went back to the religious. They had went back to the religious order. Like Jesus said, I was going to quote this and I got sidetracked, but he said they sit in Moses' seat.
Right.
He said the scribes and Pharisees,
Right.
they sat in Moses. So they had that. He said, do what they say.
Yeah.
But don't do as they do, of course.
Don't do as they do.
You know what I'm saying? But they were the rulers of the people,
right,
during the time of Christ.
Right. And sitting above them, and this go back a little bit. All right, so you had the Maccabees. They took over. The reason the Maccabees took over was because the Greeks wanted them to sacrifice the pig, and then and then bow down to the idol, and and the Maccabees' father said no and killed one of the Jews that was going to do it. But going back, the high priest was always of a certain family, other Levites and that sort of thing. But because of his name,
Antiochus.
So one Jew came to him and said, "Hey," I think his name was Jason. "Hey, I want to be the high priest. Kicked his brother out, and then was giving him gold. He was paying the Greeks to be in power." Another Jew came up and said, "I can get more money," and kicked Jason out, and he ruled. That was a period of time when they lost the family. It was no longer a Levite after that. You
really?
Yeah. It was after that it was what do you call them? That family tree, it died out. But I get that. There's another little history lesson. But yeah, it's the Greeks did away with it for the first time of their history.
So those guys that we call, now we know John was of the Levites, right?
Yeah.
John the Baptist and Zachariah. Was his name Zach? What was John's daddy's name? Zachariah. Now those guys was Levites, right?
Yeah.
So when you say that, what you were saying, what did they disappear for a while and they came back, or what is? Maybe I missed.
The priesthood, the order of the high priest, the way it happened, and I have to get you the story. The way it happened, the Greeks took it away. Now the other, and they were separate. Now they had a king and they had a priest, but the Greeks came in and they set up the priest. That was not. He was not a Levite. He was a Jew, but he was not a Levite. That's what I'm saying.
Any idea why he did that?
Because like I said, there was the high priest, but he was too Jewish. He was following the law. Jason, his brother, that's not a Jewish name. He changed his name to a Greek name, Jason. Apparently wanted money, power. Had Antiochus kick his brother out. He took the position, and then later on, another Jew, not of the Levites, came and said, "Hey, I want this position." He kicked Jason out, and that's when it started going downhill. So,
okay. Do you think that it ever came back to getting it?
Yeah, during the time of Christ, remember the Maccabees. I forget what tribe they were. I had to look that up. The Maccabees, they ruled for quite a while until, what I'm saying is they ruled wrongly. They also ruled with the priest and king. They was when one person. I'm saying that separation stopped.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It was priest and king. Absolute rulers. But the time of Antipas was Samaritan. That was another kick in their face.
He was what?
He was you remember the Samaritan, the Good Samaritan?
Yeah.
Samaritan is Jew and Gentile. and they were despised by the Jews. So
Let me speak on that for 1 second and tell me what you think. If this is new to me, right? I was listening to this guy because I was wondering what Samaria was and what Samaria was, right?
Uh-huh.
And he was like, Samaria was the territory that the Assyrians had conquered. You know what I'm saying? When God, those 10 northern tribes, when Assyria took over, that was the region. They went down so far from, from wherever they came from, took over that region. The Assyrians did.
Right.
And the Jews that survived, those out of the 10 tribes were considered Samaritans.
What they did was the Assyrians came in, and what they did was to break your will. They took your people out and took them away and brought in other people. That's why the Jews hated them. And they, of course, being the rulers, and they intermarried with any Jews they could there, and they dominated. So they was always considered by the Jews to be like traitors.
They did break away from the kingdom.
Oh yeah. But they wasn't even Jews. They was mixed Jews. You know what I'm saying? That was, and then they started their own little worship is different than theirs. That was also the northern kingdom. They broke away and did it. But I'm saying is the 10 tribes of the north was conquered, killed. Some say, some they leave in the land, but they take the majority out. They put them in their own country as servants, and they bring in this other people that the Jews despise and put them in there. And that's what they were, a mixed race.
Mm-hmm. So say like some of the not only physically that some of the Jews or the majority of the Jews was exiled or deported to somewhere else.
Right.
But the ones that remained intermingled with what was going on at that time.
Yes.
Because the woman still had some Jewish beliefs.
Yes. But
the woman at the well.
Their practice wasn't orthodox. You feel me? The way they did it, there's like she was telling, well, we worship on this mountain. They did things different that was despised by the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
The Jews, they would walk on the other side of the road. They despised them. And the Samaritans, during different periods of time, did turn on the Jews when a conquering army came in. And they also was like overlords over the Jews at times. So they was despised. They were hated.
Let me ask you this here. Now, God still had his obligation to the nation of Israel, right? Meaning like getting the word to them, right?
Right.
So when Christ went to Samaria and found the Samaritan woman at the well,
right,
he witnessed to her. I mean, even though she had her doctrine all screwed up.
Yeah.
And Jesus was telling, hey man, scratch everything you thought you knew.
Right.
This is the way now. So she goes back to the town,
right,
where she came from, and the city came out to see Jesus.
Right.
And they believed on Jesus. What I'm saying all that to say this here. Perhaps he's by giving those scattered tribes a chance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because they was fixed. They still would, you know what I'm saying? So he went to the pure nation, then he went to the mixed nation,
right?
To the dogs.
Yeah. Then he go to the Gentiles.
Yeah.
You go to the Jew first. I mean, he did it. He did it in order. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. The Jew, the Samaritan, and like I said, that's why they hated the king, Antipas. He was of that group. You know what I'm saying? He's an outsider, but that's why he built Herod. That's why he built the temple so big, trying to win over the Jews. It was huge. He expanded it. That's why they call it Herod's temple. but they hated him. You know what I'm saying? Because he was outsider.
I can't. There's no Bible evidence for this thing or nothing like that.
What's that?
What I'm about to say is that the expansion could be symbolic. You know what I'm saying? Show the kingdom expanding. You know what I'm saying? He made it, like you said, he made it a lot bigger than what it was. You know what I'm saying? To maybe it's simply for the population. I'm just making it bigger. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, to get the favor of the Jews too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He made, from what I heard, it was a pretty great thing that he.
It did not reach the grandeur of Solomon's temple, but yeah,
okay,
it was maybe big in scale, but not. It was not. I mean,
didn't have all the gold and silver and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Let me read this real quick, Chuck, and tell me what you think before we go back to the video. All right, dealing with those 10 horns. Now, this guy is talking about, he says, notice the diverse beast that had no crown on its 10 horns. And just as the fourth beast that Daniel saw had 10 horns and was very diverse, dreadful, terrible, and exceedingly strong, and as compared to the first three, the lion, which is Babylon, the bear, Medo-Persia, and the leopard, which represent the Greeks. So had the beast that John saw in its final stage. He says, but in Daniel's prophecy, the nondescript beast was fulfilled in history in the fall of the Roman Empire. The little horn with the eyes like eyes of a man and a mouth speaking great things this guy believes, like you believe, it unmistakably to the Pope, for he has been known to boast of great things, blah, 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 blah. But what I want to read is these nations, that's what I was trying to get to. How he come about, what nations make up this 10 horns, right? Yeah. He says, after the death of Constantine the Great in 337 AD, the nature of this little horn was not political but religious. It was considered as the 11th horn. And then he says in AD 476, when the Roman Empire fell completely to the barbaric tribes who invaded and dismembered it into 10 provinces. He said this is history. Rome was just like Greek was the Grecian Empire was divided into 4 provinces. Right. The Romans was divided into 10 provinces. It wouldn't be fair to name them these countries, but this was the area of province of their realm. Gotcha. He said these 10 barbaric tribes were Anglo-Saxons, Alemanni, Heruli, Vandals, Ostrogoths, Visigoths, Suevi, Lombards, Burgundians, and Franks. The little horn came up about 538 AD, uprooted the 3 horns, and he said that they were the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, and the Heruli, and completely destroyed them. So suppose we can glean this from history. Destroyed them later, between 600 and 754 AD. When there was again, he says, when there was again 10 kingdoms, the same little horn uprooted 3 of the 10 horns, Rome, Lombards, and Ravenna. The powers of these 3 kings were ceded to the then ruling Pope at the beginning of their temporal kingdom. Incidentally, in the 12th century, there was also 3 kings that was, he mentions Henry IV, Frederick I, and Philip Augustus, or Philip II, who in confrontation with the Pope in their days were brought into submission. But he claimed, just to say this here, that The three original horns that was uprooted, according to this guy, was the Heruli, the Vandals, and Ostrogoths, and that the 10 horns occupied or room areas, 10 areas. You know what I'm saying? So maybe one day we could see if there's any truth in that, or what truth can be gleaned from that. You know what I'm saying?
You got something, brother, Timus?
He might be doing something. He got his mic muted right now.
Okay. So the reason I kind of fight against that, I came and I studied, what is his name? He was another, I found out early on him, he was a false prophet. Man, he believed that the 10 tribes of Israel were the white people, the Great Britain and all that kind of thing.
That was the guy, Joseph Smith, right? Didn't he say something like that?
Yeah. But he had the Indians and all that kind of stuff as the 10 tribes and all that. No, this is another guy. I can't think of his name. The World Tomorrow. It was the guy who founded the World Tomorrow.
Seventh Day?
No. He's. I think he's worse than the Seventh Day. I'm sure I can pick him up. But my point is, for me, I can find the Greeks. They in history, I can go with their history, but that history, I can't put a stake in right now. You know what I'm saying? The way the Greeks, they fall out through history, it just looks real good to me. But how they make the Romans, I don't buy that yet.
You say when you say how they make the Romans, what do you mean?
How they make the Roman tribes be the 10? I'm not feeling that yet.
Oh, were those 10 tribes? I mean, according to what this guy, are these the 10 barbaric tribes that took? Let me see what he's saying. He says the Roman Empire fell completely to the barbaric tribes who invaded and dismantled it. We'll have to look and see if there's any historical data on that. You know what I'm saying?
I just did. I can put it in the WhatsApp. It's a lot of reading.
Okay. Was there 10 tribes? Just based on what you researched.
Okay, it says while these 10 groups played a role in the transition from Rome rule to medieval Europe, the historical reality is more complicated. Some of these groups merged, disappeared, or were conquered by others, making a division into exactly 10 more of a theological interpretation than a strict historical fact. You see what I'm saying? Historical fact, we can see Babylon. It's plain, it's biblical, and it's historical. I can see Greece. I can see the Medes and the Persians. I mean, it's boom, boom. I can see Greek, Alexander, but Rome is a little more muddy for me right now. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it. It is. I understand. It's not as defined, well defined as the other three.
And the guy I was telling you about is Herbert W. Armstrong.
Yeah, my dad grew up watching him, listening to him on the radio. That's amazing.
That bad boy was so wrong. But go ahead.
Was he? Pops. Pops wasn't a student of the Bible.
Yeah.
But that's what they had, and they just kind of like us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like this dude was the man. He was nationally renowned.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I grew up watching it. And for a while, just like what's his name? That preacher that had they went out there with those prostitutes and was masturbating, what's his name?
Not with the prostitute recently? Right.
He repented and
Swagger.
Swagger. Just like him. I liked Herbert W. Armstrong when I was growing up until I see when you start getting into it. Like I said, this is some of his teachings. The Worldwide Church of God, WCC, created in 1934. He died in 1986. But it was teaching, it says it was heavily influenced by Armstrong's interpretation of British Israelism, which claimed that modern Western nations, especially the U.S. and Britain, were the descendants of the lost 10 tribes of Israel. So everything, I mean, that's permeated his teachings. So these white tribes were the Jews of him.
Now, the crazy thing, Chuck, now you know what we've been discussing lately,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
About who Israel is.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's not an ethnic thing, you know, based on what we're seeing, based on the way it's described in what is that? Galatians 3:16. It's by faith. You know what I'm saying? He's describing the children of Abraham according to the spirit. You know what I'm saying? It's a spiritual thing versus a ethnic thing. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, saying that to combat what they're trying to make it a biological situation.
Well, they're trying to make themselves special by saying we are the true, us white people are the true Israelites. And that's why we will conquer the world.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. But the true conquerors of the world are we got Jesus, first of all, right? And those that are in Jesus, that's with him, whether Jew or Gentile. You know what I'm saying? Those that are of faith. You know, the way I'm seeing Galatians, but nevertheless, it's definitely showing that this dude who then probably imprinted his name on many people's heart.
He did.
My daddy thought that, man, that dude was bad.
Yeah.
You know, he going back to his childhood, meaning bad isn't good.
Yeah.
And I bet you a lot of my grandmother's teachings probably came from stuff that he said.
Yeah. So he had that. It was a Saturday or Sunday show I watched all the time because I grew up with old people. Like I said, my dad was 51 when I was born. My mom was 46. So I grew up with old people with old ways. All right. So, and it was out there in the country, down a dirt road. All right. Before that, my dad had to pay for the street light. Okay.
Hey, that was me.
So I'm out there, and that's what we listened to. And so I grew up, but then he had these pamphlets and all this stuff, and I'm sitting there watching. But then when I started getting into the word, I was like, "What?" And then because there's a little bit of racism in there, you know, these British United States white folks are the true Jews, and you know, like, come on, man. But so when I hear that, that's why I kind of push away from it, and that's kind of ties in, you know, with those 10 tribes. That's why I was like, it sounded too much like Herbert W. Armstrong for me. But you know, it could be, you know, it could be right. But I would have to wash it a lot more if I can wear it.
Hey, I understand. I would like to do a dive on that to see who took over, what barbaric tribes rose up out of the ashes of the Roman Empire.
Like I said, they are over there, but like I was reading, it's not as plain and simple as what they. I mean, they make a good picture, these 10, but it was a lot of conquering and more conquering and kicking out and going on than these 10 kingdoms. But yeah, we can do that's another can be another study.
Yeah, I would have to see what these nations, these 10, turned into, because I think in the book of Daniel, it shows that the kingdom was split up in the other parts of the book of Daniel, right? And that these something has shaped my mind to believe that, you know, Rome ruled, but as in a fragmented Rome. Like, for example, you had the Spanish
yeah
version, German version,
Right.
French, you know what I'm saying, so on and so forth. So I would like to
Yeah, I
take a
have no
look.
problem. I have no problem with that because even
Hmm.
in this day, if the 10 nations, the 10 nations will come to support the Antichrist, they gonna be somewhere somehow.
Hmm.
What did they make up? Some were saying it was the EU. Well, it's too many numbers in the EU. It's like I said, it's 32 in NATO. It's like 32 or 33 in the EU and stuff like that. But
Hmm.
um, to go to one of the scriptures I was pointing out is Revelation 6:2, and it
Hmm.
says, "And I looked, and behold, a white horse, and its rider had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he came out conquering and to conquer." That's what I
Hmm.
was talking about earlier when, um, one of them was given the crown. That's the one I was looking for.
Right. So is he one? Is he a horn or is he a spirit? You know what I'm saying?
That's one of the four beasts.
One of the four horse riders, right?
Yeah. Four, yeah,
Yeah.
four horse riders.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
he's the first one.
Hmm.
Some say it's the Antichrist. Some try to say it was Christ, but Christ would not have a bow with no arrow, and
Hmm.
he wasn't given a crown, other than God.
That makes sense. Of giving a crown, it seems definitely like a man,
Yes, yes.
you
So
know, or you know.
yeah,
Hmm.
so it appears to be the Antichrist, and then you go with the other riders, and it goes on and on. And to me, they can't fit within that 7 year period too, all of them, because
Yeah, I think those guys, those 10 guys, I think even this guy is saying that these guys, let me see if he says on this. See if he, let me just see if he, who get the crown? Is he, let's see. He talks about the European Union. He says the European Union is not in full agreement and perfectly unity at this time. For the toes of the feet were upon iron, blah, 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 blah. Some of these nations are having misgivings about the EU. He talks about it, right? And I
gotcha,
have to, you know,
gotcha.
well, let me say this. He says, all right, he says there are 12 members. I guess when he wrote this, there was 12 members. All right, tell me if you agree with this. You might can even tell what era it was written in. Belgium, Luxembourg, Holland, Italy, France, Germany, Great Britain, Ireland, Denmark, Spain, Greece, Portugal. And then he got after that he got Austria, Cyprus, Finland, Norway, Sweden, and Switzerland have applied for their membership. So at the time, those Sweden and all of them boys wasn't part of the EU.
Right, right. It's
Uh,
uh, it's uh, it's like 30 of them now. I'm looking at them. Excuse me, it's 27.
okay.
Um, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, so so Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden.
Hmm.
So it's
Yeah,
20.
a lot of those that you mentioned are also mentioned in the 12 that he got down.
Gotcha.
Well, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if you mentioned Belgium, but the other ones I think you did. Okay. Yeah, more to follow. I have to do a dive on that.
Right.
Hmm.
See, jump through this. See,
These three horns or kingdoms, which were destroyed by the papacy, history tells us, are the Vandals, the Ostrogoths of central Italy, and the Lombards of northern Italy. Verse 8 goes on to tell us more details of this little horn. And behold,
and so how much more time we got? Just want to check in.
Um, I can go for a bit longer, man. I
Okay.
say noon.
All right.
I don't want to keep you too long. I know you got to work tonight.
Yeah, I just want to jump ahead a little bit. He talked about those three tribes that got destroyed. Like I said, I can email you this, both of y'all, this PowerPoint if you want to go back over it. But I want to jump on it, see how far we go. The beast, Revelation, end time ruler. So that Revelation 13 tells us about the leopard mouth. So that's about the beast.
Hey, brothers. Let's you know, I wanted to make mention of earlier when you guys was talking about the four generals. And of course I ain't got my Bible in front of me. Bishop, you
Yeshua is
know, this the scripture where it says that the little horn came out
Yes.
from the four.
Mm-hmm.
And in other words, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's to me that's saying that he came out from that territory that they
Gotcha.
that they conquered.
Yes.
And you know, you if you go to Revelations 2, Chuck, Ernest already we talked about this. You know, you go to Revelation 2 and you'll see where God says that he was talking to, I think it was Pergamon, the church of Pergamon. And then he said where Antipas, my fatal martyr, was well, my faithful martyr, where he was I ain't say
It was
crucified,
also
but
more.
where he was
Yeah.
martyred. Okay, yeah. So my thoughts are that the Antichrist is, and Pergamon, Chuck, is in that area where those four generals rule. Where the four generals where they conquered at. Pergamon is in Asia Minor.
Gotcha.
That's in Turkey. That's in that, you know, one of those areas where the Bible says that that little horn gonna come from amongst those four.
Gotcha.
And you know, just me, I think that, you know, hey, that little horn, which is the Antichrist, coming out of Turkey.
Gotcha.
Okay. So let me ask Tim a question. So Tim, you actually believe that that little horn that came out of the four horns is the same little horn that comes out of the 10 horn, but the reason why is you get more information when you blend it together.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's I think the information is a compilation of one and the same. I mean, Daniel just giving you, well, the book of Daniel just giving you clues, and it's showing you, you know what I'm saying, how he's going to evolve. I mean, first of all, it's just showing you where he's coming from, and then, you know what I'm saying, it shows you his evolution.
Revelation, the out of the 10 horn, it doesn't specifically say what horn he comes out of, right?
Yeah.
It just says he come up amongst the 10. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. But in Daniel vision, it tells where it tells where he come from, right?
Yeah. But it says that little horn came up from amongst the four horns.
So it'll be in the territory of the four horns.
In a territory wherever those four generals, wherever they land is at.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he comes up from. That's his that I think that's where his origin.
Okay. And then because of what it says in Revelations 2, it specifically says Satan's seat was at this location.
In Pergamon. Yep.
Let me see. Okay.
I think that's 2:13. 2:13 or 2:14.
He says, I know thy works and where thou dwellest and where Satan's seat is. And thou holdest fast my name, and that thou holdest fast my name. Even in those days wherein Antipas was my faithful martyr, who was slain among you where Satan dwells. Does he goes on to say Satan's seat, or just saying Satan is dwelling there? Is there more to that, Tim?
No, that's it. That's just those two verses. You know what I'm saying? Where Satan's seat is, and then where Satan dwelleth.
Okay. Okay, he did say that's right. That's the first part. Satan's seat
Yeah.
and Satan dwell. Chuck, what you think about where Satan's seat is and why was it there?
Well, it appears to have moved. From place to place.
When they say Satan, now when you sit in a seat, that's kind of symbolic of authority, right?
Like a throne, like a throne.
Mm-hmm. So Satan's seat, what at that time of John's writing, was in Pergamos. And from what I've been able to tell, me and Tim did a little dive on it, was that Satan's seat was there. I mean, well, one possibly there because of the Greek god, their main god, the Greeks' main god was there.
Right.
Just all the stuff that was going on in Pergamos.
Right. Right.
Where he had a stronghold at.
Right.
He had his authority there.
Right. And that's why some scholars believe that it moved to Rome, because the authority, the power that there is no longer in Pergamos.
But what now?
It's no longer in Pergamos. It's no longer in Babylon. It's the actual Babylon. So it's in the symbolic Babylon. That's what the seat migrates. It just don't stay in that one location. It goes where Satan is worshipped the most, where he sets up power.
If you was going to try to prove that point, what would you say or do? Where would you go?
Okay, I was looking up while we was talking. It's
Now remember as well, Chuck. Now because Daniel, this thing, you know what I'm saying, it kind of lining up with Daniel now, because Daniel says that this little horn comes up from amongst the four. So now
the question is, does the seat remain there or has it moved?
Right, that's one question.
Well, we can only okay, now I believe that the scripture is giving us clues, that is telling us where he's going to be at. I think he's going to be right where the scripture is saying it's going to be. I don't think that it's moving. I think that God is telling us, and you know what I'm saying, we that's just me now. I think the scripture tells us where he's going to be at. That's my kick. That's my egg.
I got you. But scripture, Babylon, Genesis 11, it's the center of false religion at that time. All right. Now, Revelation 13, Revelation 17 appears to be talking about Rome. Huh?
Okay. What verse are we talking about, Chuck?
I have to look it up.
All right. You give it to but you're saying that Satan's seat is mentioned in other scriptures?
It's mentioned there, but the power of Satan is seen throughout. Babylon, Tower of Babel. That was the most evil spot on earth at that time. God broke them up. They went away.
Now when Satan met Jesus, right? He was in Jerusalem, or in a mount near Jerusalem.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? When he physically manifested himself, he was there, and he showed them somehow all the kingdoms of the world and said that they're all mine. You know what I'm saying? All I need you to do is bow down and worship me. So you think Satan's seat was there, or I'm just gonna go where Jesus is at?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
He's a spirit. He moves around, just like when where was Job? he came before God, and God said, "Where you been?" He said, "I've been walking to and fro."
Walking to and fro there.
You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? So,
So, mhm.
he wasn't at a prescribed location at the time. He might have had a seat of power. It's where they worship him at the most. It appears to me. All right. So we know he moves around. He said he moved around. God didn't contradict him on that. And he said, "Have you know?" Said my son Job. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I get where you're going at, but there's nothing in Turkey right now. I'm saying that for me highlights where the Antichrist comes. That's fine, but I'm saying the center of evil of Antichrist activity is Rome right now. The Muslims don't have anything on Rome right now. How destructive it is to Christianity. You feel me?
Okay, Chuck, earlier said that you don't think the popes is going to be the Antichrist, right?
Correct.
Okay, so now would
he
it be
is a Antichrist, but not the Antichrist?
Yeah. Would it be far-fetched to see because there's a scripture in Daniel also that says that the Antichrist, he's going to come up from amongst a small people. It's going to be, I don't know that. Sharp, you remember that verse, that Sharp? It's, I ain't got my Bible. It says he's going to come up from amongst a small people. So it's not going to be a big group where the Antichrist is going to come from.
I get you.
It says that little horn is going to come from a small people. I think it's in chapter 7. It might be in chapter 8. But and you know, hey, like I said, I'm just presenting my thoughts and my views. Yeah, I ain't, you know, man, I it's possibly that I could be wrong on this right here. I think I'm right though.
That's Daniel 11:23. And
Daniel
where it says to come out of small people, Chuck.
Yeah, it says, "And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and shall become strong with a small people." King James Version.
Okay, yeah, okay, I was wrong. That you said chapter 11, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
This seems to be. I got a little note that I wrote myself in my notes saying this is dealing with the Greek Empire.
Gotcha.
Daniel 11 is dealing with the Greeks, and then I got another little note says Antiochus Epiphanes.
Yeah.
It says, "In his estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peacefully and obtain the kingdom by flattery." So we might want to take a brief look at Antiochus for a minute.
Yeah. I'm working my way there. And this goes back to get to Antiochus. I started off with the death of Alexander the Great, and which y'all had mentioned the last time. The Diadochi. I don't know if that was the battle. All right. After Alexander the Great death in 323, the vast empire was left without a successor. His generals, they was known as the Diadochi, successors. They fall over it. All right. So that's the war lasted between 322 to 281. Let me see.
Yeshua is in these last.
I'm skip him. Ptolemy. There's Seleucus. How you pronounce that?
Lucius.
And
Antigonus, yeah.
Antigonus and Cassandra. All right, those are the four, right?
But see, the thing about it, now these dates, is that they birth to death, or is that they reign?
That should be birth to death.
Okay. Now there was another guy that we said that Licentius. He's not on there. I mean, I know you got the Antigonus, but what about him?
He's at the
There
bottom.
he is.
He ruled
Okay.
Thrace and parts of Asia Minor, but was killed in the battle against Seleucus in 281 BC.
Okay, so he outlived Antigonus by 20 look like by, let's see, 301 is when he died. And the other guy died in 281. So we're talking about 20 years.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So that's, I don't know. Like I say, old school people say they put him down there, Lysimachus,
Uh-huh.
but since Timmons brought it up, all I've been seeing is Antigonus, you know,
Okay, he
as the one of the four.
right. See,
Go back to that slide one more time, Chuck. I want to just read something if you don't mind. Okay. It says he ruled Thrace, that Lysimachus.
Uh-huh.
Antigonus controlled Asia Minor and the Levant. So he says Lysimachus ruled Thrace and parts of Asia Minor. And the other guy says controlled Asia Minor and the Levant. I think the Levant is part of Israel, ain't it?
Syria, Syria, in the area, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. All right.
You got something, Brother Tim? Just checking.
No, Chuck. I don't have nothing on that.
All right. So, and that's when I studied this, that's when I learned Cleopatra was Greek, and she wasn't.
Yeah, she married doggone, had a baby, right?
Yeah, yeah. That was Cleopatra number 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was number 7. She married Caesar, then Mark Antony.
Got it. And that can be confusing too if you just say Cleopatra,
right?
Because these guys would pass that down.
Yeah, because it was a name, but it was like Caesar is a title, so little horn is a
But see, the people that say the little horn is the Catholic Church, how they deal with this little horn that came up amongst the 4 generals. You know what I'm saying?
See, I never heard him say that little horn was Catholic Church.
Yeah, I've heard people say that the little horn was basically the Pope.
The Pope, yeah.
Oh, the Pope. Mm-hmm. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, again, some Protestants are like the Catholics. They got an enemy, and everything they see is their enemy. They're gonna make it fit. Daniel 7. Daniel 7. I considered the horns. Behold, there come up among them another little horn, before whom there were 3 of the first plucked up. 7:11. Then I continued to watch, because of the boastful words of the little horn was speaking. Daniel 7:20. And of the other horns that came up, before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes and a mouth that spoke very great things.
And I think that horn is the same person. I don't think that horn is.
It seems like, I mean, just reading them all, Tim,
I don't think that's Antiochus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's him. I think that's the same horn right there.
Well, the reason I think it's Antiochus is because the scripture that you pointed me to, and the way Antiochus did things.
What scripture, Chuck, we talking about?
The one you what it was, Daniel
11?
It says Daniel 11:23, and after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and shall become strong with a small people.
Okay, but that's Daniel 11. Okay, now that has to be the Antichrist in Daniel 11 now, right? If you going down, because it says that man, I wish I had my Bible.
I got mine. You want me to just keep reading?
Yeah. Go on down a little bit more.
All right. He says, we'll start. He says, verse 21, in his estate shall stand up a vile person to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peacefully and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. And with the arms of a flood shall they be overthrown from before him, and shall be broken. Yea, the prince of the covenant. Ooh. All right. Okay, I'm gonna read a little bit more. We got to go back to that.
Well, in the prince of the covenant, some believe it's the high priest that Antiochus killed. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm tracking. It is a little prince. Okay, I'll just go there. It might have something to do with it. And it says, and after, tell me when to stop, Tim. And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and shall become strong with a small people.
Mm-hmm.
He shall enter peacefully even unto the fattest places of the province, and he shall do that which his fathers have not done, nor his father's father.
So right there, Chuck. Okay, now the fathers, that scripture right there, Chuck, is another clue, or to me, is further proof why he's going to be a Jew, because it says he's going to do what his fathers had not done. I mean, another way, the fathers is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And that's what I believe that scripture saying, that he's going to do wickedly, other than what the fathers have done. And because I'm saying that right there is saying, I ain't gonna say insinuate. I'm saying it's saying that he's gonna be a Jew.
Gotcha.
Okay. Right. So now this horn, okay, we'll take some mental notes. All right. So he is you would have to say that he's a Jewish Greek person.
Yeah. Well, see, okay, now we know that the Jews got scattered, right? You know what I'm saying, all throughout. You know, could he have gotten? I can't say that, Sharp. I don't know. I mean, I right now I'm leaning to just this guy's a Jew, and the reason. Okay, now that scripture right there that you just read, and the scripture when you go back to the when we go back to the four Gospels where they was questioning who Jesus was. They said, now, didn't the Bible say that Christ was going to come out of Bethlehem? So now the Jews, they knew that part of the scripture. They knew that the Messiah was supposed to come out of Bethlehem. And they said this cat right here, he came out of Nazareth. He said he can't be the Messiah. He ain't from where the scripture say he's supposed to come out of. You know, them two scriptures right there kind of got me. You know, I'm thinking that for them to say that, they got to be on board with him coming out of Bethlehem, being that, hey, he got to be a Jew.
Okay, I understand that.
That's my reasoning now.
Yeah. Okay. So, but as far as you want me to read on this guy,
no, there's if you read on down it says that he's gonna do war with Christ, and Christ gonna deal with him.
Okay. I just want to interject when it's talking, it's jumping from person to person. It's not. I know what you're saying. I know it's, to me, it's like you believe that it's steady on this one person. What I'm saying is there's persons that are being born and died within those scriptures as it go down. It's that it's a manifestation over time and not just that one person. But go ahead. That's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Yeah. I kind of see it the other way. I
Gotcha.
see it as if in that scripture right there is actually giving you the evolution. Not so much as the evolution, but I mean it's a compilation of all those scriptures showing you the image, showing you that true image.
Gotcha.
Okay. Now I kind of got lost in the sauce, but we believe that this person that we're reading about is the little horn, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So in chapter 11, it described this guy as a vile person, right?
Uh-huh.
But and I might have missed it. That's why I said I was getting kind of lost in the sauce. Where does it say he is the little horn in this verse?
What verse?
I mean chapter 11.
Chapter Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's got to be before it's got to be before 23.
Okay.
23 is when it said came up before came up from amongst some small people, so it's got to be before 23.
Okay. I'm just gonna go back a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
This is a good chapter, but this I would say if you don't have to you're gonna have to start verse 1, because in it you'll see he's talking about the kings of the north and the kings of the south, and he works his way down. This is historical. It also projects into the last days, but it also tells Daniel is telling everything forward from him, but this has happened. Some of this happened before us, and some of it's going to happen after us. But go ahead.
Okay, so the king of the north, that's how we can identify him as the little. Okay, you got the 4 horns, right? All right, we got the original 4 horns. King of the north, king of the south, and then we'll just say east, west, okay? Now, there is a 5th horn that comes up, right? There's a little horn that comes up amongst the 4, right?
Yeah.
Is he in this chapter?
Let's start reading. Well,
okay.
Let's do two things. I want Timmons, can you see my board? You still driving or?
Yeah. I'm still driving. Okay.
All right. So what it is it's a diagram. It said there are 2 separate little horns in Daniel's vision, but both represent powerful, oppressive rulers who defy God and persecute his people. So I want to bring that out, and then I'll start reading in 11 in a second. But Daniel 7's little horn, 1, rises from the 4th beast, Roman Empire, among 10 horns, 10 kings or kingdoms, uproots 3 horns, overthrows 3 rulers, speaks boastful, blasphemous words against God, persecutes the saints and changes times and laws, reigns for a time, times, and half a time, 3.5 years, 42 months, 1,260 days, ends with divine judgment. But to get to Daniel 11, we're going to have to start reading, I say at 1, to get the full picture till we get to 23. You feel me?
I think my mind had wandered a little bit.
You do the same. Thank you.
Tim?
Go ahead, brother Tim.
No, that's my bad, fellas. I was speaking. I was trying to get in the truck. No, go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, we thought you was talking now.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. But Chuck, you were saying about that. Okay, we got those 4 kings, right? And then when you was talking, I had captured the thought. But what does you start describing that little horn? But where does that little horn? We know he comes out of Greece, but where does he come out of one of those horns? You know what I'm saying? Where does he come up at? like I said, I got kind of lost in the sauce.
I don't have where he comes up at because it doesn't say like Asia Minor or whatever. It just says it comes up out of those four. So we know we got where y'all point out there's five, but God is only concerned with four,
Mhm.
right? All right. So
Right.
one, if you look, why the fifth one doesn't count because he is absorbed into one of those four. The kingdoms that last of the four Greek empires absorbs that other one. That's why he disappears. You feel me?
Now, could one of those little horns? Okay, well, no, that won't work. I was just thinking, we've been battling about. There's been five historically speaking, but I don't think that would fit what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the little horn comes up. So if he comes up, yeah. If he, Bob, I want to tell you what I'm thinking. If the little horn comes up amongst the four, they are contemporaries, possibly, right?
Um. Well, we know that the four they rode with Alexander. If that's what you're saying.
When you say
I'm saying
contemporaries, what you mean by that, Sean?
meaning like they coexisted at the same time. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? Because he comes up. We'll have to go back and look at Daniel 7 again, wherever that's written at. I think it's in Daniel 7, right?
mm-hmm.
Let's see. Let me see where it's at. We got to find the part where the he goat comes out. Where the he goat is at? Where is that he goat?
Well, let me do 11 first.
Okay,
All right.
go ahead.
11, Daniel 11. And in the first year of Darius the Mede, this is why I want to do it because it goes back further. Even I stood to confirm and to strengthen him, and now will I show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet three kings in Persia, and the fourth shall be far richer than they all, and by his strength, through his riches, he shall stir up all against the realm of Grecia. So this is a time period. He's showing you it's not just one person, it's going to be several, but one is going to make Greece mad. And that happened before. The reason that Alexander was so mad to conquer the Asians, the Persians, because they destroyed the cities before Alexander's time. It was like 100, 200 years later when Alexander comes up. He comes up later. You know what I'm saying? It's a couple of generations. It's not right away. It's some time. He gets revenge on the Persians. And this is what it says. He shall stir up all against the realm of Grecia. And a mighty king shall stand up that shall rule with great dominion and do according to his will. And when he shall stand up, his kingdom shall be broken and be divided toward the four winds of heaven, and not his posterity. So Alexander comes, he gets ticked off, he hears the history. They killed the Spartans, the 300 and all that glorious history. And he's like, we're gonna get busy with him. So he goes, he comes up, but he gets killed. He doesn't have children. That's exactly what he's saying. Now, nor according to his dominion which he ruled, for his kingdom shall be plucked up, even for others beside those. And the king of the south shall be strong, and the king of his princes, and he shall be strong above him, and have dominion, and his dominion shall be a great dominion. And in the end of each year they shall join themselves together for the king's daughter of the south shall come to the king of the north to make an agreement. These
Yeah,
are
pause 1 second right there.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, just pause right there for a
Yeah.
minute. I'm gonna let you get back on. Can we, when he say, because you did read in there that his kingdom will be plucked up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can that possibly define when we say when the scripture talk about plucked up, not necessarily mean that they cease to exist,
Right.
but that, all right, like Saul, right?
Uh-huh.
The house of Saul was supposed to reign over Israel, right? But because of his disobedience, God took it and gave it to David. Then you had David's kingdom, or his throne, his offspring began to rule the house of David, right?
Gotcha.
Okay, so plucked up in this sense could mean, I don't want you to get too far off what we're thinking. This is a side note. Could mean, okay, when we talk about those 10 horns, those dynasties, right?
Uh-huh.
Was cut off. Not necessarily that the horn itself was gone, but the dynasty itself was replaced with another dynasty. You know what I'm saying? Just like I'm using that to compare with Alexander.
Yeah.
Alexander didn't have any children.
Right.
They said he was plucked up, right?
Right.
See what I'm saying? I'm just trying to see if we can kind of get some definition of words. What he mean when he say plucked up?
Gotcha.
And when you use that word in relationship to Alexander, I'm like, oh shoot, his thing was cut off.
Yeah. And we have to do a deep dive on that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
To get further into it. Because this is the beautiful part to go into that. This is why I'm saying it's an over time period. Now we see the king of the south and the king of the north, he's talking about right here, are Greeks. And they intermarrying. He's talking about how one will give a daughter to another one and vice versa. It's still within the Greek Empire. You feel me? That's when Cleopatra, one marries one of the Ptolemies, and they go to war against her father. But it doesn't bring it out like that. You have to go through history and figure it out. You see what I'm saying? It tells us it's going to come. It tells us what is going to be done, but you still have to live.
Yeah.
Because
right.
This right here, what I'm saying is, this right here is not going to happen with the Antichrist in our day. It has happened with them in the past. This part. You feel me? We lost you?
Yeah, I'm still there. I don't know if Tim was going to respond to that or not.
Okay, I'm just making sure y'all was still there. It says 6. And in the end of years, they shall join themselves together, for the king's daughter of the south shall come to the king of the north to make an agreement, but she shall not retain the power of the arm, neither shall he stand for his arm, but she shall be given up. And they that brought her, and he that begot her, and he that strengthened her in these times. The history shows there was back and forth. Sometimes the daughter was given in marriage. It fell through. I mean, there's a lot of intrigue and going on, a lot of back and forth, a lot of backstabbing, and it's all covered in here. Like I said, this is past, it's not future. This part right here. But out of the branch of her roots, and shall one stand up in his estate, which shall come with an army, and he shall enter the fortress of the king of the north, and shall deal against them, and shall prevail. Again, this is still all in the past. And shall also carry captives into Egypt, their gods, with their prince, and with their precious vessels of silver and gold. It goes on and on. But my point is, instead of having to read all that, this is in the past. And we get up to the point where it was a verse Go ahead. I'm listening.
That now you reading from what, Daniel's 11?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think that is the past, and that's just my opinion now. I think the king of the north and the king of the south is, of course, well now, who, in your opinion, who you saying the king of the north, king of the south are? I mean, how are you looking at it?
Yeah, the Greeks. So you got to go back to verse 1 again. It said,
Yeah.
also in the first year of Darius. So it tells you that's in the past. The Mede, even I stood to confirm and to strengthen. And then he goes on and he goes down to verse 2 and he tells you of the Greeks.
No, but he said he was in a vision, all right?
Yes.
Okay, so the vision took him. The vision took him somewhere else, right? The vision took him somewhere else, and then he said. Then the angel told him at the end, to stand. He said, "For this vision is at the end. It's at the end time."
Some of it, I would have to say that is. I think he's kind of given an historic. Okay, when Daniel's writing this, what he's writing is future. I think
yes.
Yeah, but we got to see how what he's saying past. He's talking about past as in relations to us.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Chuck, I mean, Tim, you getting that? Is that what?
Yeah. He's talking past as relation to us. I'm saying that the angel, didn't the angel tell Daniel at the end of that chapter that this vision is for the end time, if I'm not mistaken? I could be wrong, but I thought that's what it said.
Yeah, I'm sure. The
angel told him that
I'm looking at for chapter 11 is concerned. King. Verse 40, he says, and at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him, and the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. And he says, and with many ships he shall enter into the countries and shall overflow and pass over. He shall enter also into the glorious lands, and many countries shall be overthrown. But these shall escape out of his hand, even Edom and Moab, and the chief of the children of Ammon. He shall stretch forth his hand also upon the countries, and the land of Egypt shall not escape. But he shall have power over the treasures of gold and silver, and over the precious things of Egypt. And the Libyans and the Ethiopians shall be at his steps. But tidings out of the east and out of the north shall trouble him. Therefore he shall go forth with great fury to destroy and utterly to make away many, or sweep away many. And he shall plant the tabernacles of his palace between the seas of the glorious holy mountain. Yet he shall come to his end, and none shall help him. Is that the one you referring to, Tim? Does that sound familiar?
No.
And just to point out again, that went through several generations just there, because it goes all the way down to that last part is the Antichrist, but it doesn't start with the Antichrist in verse 11, but it ends with it
in chapter 11. Yeah,
chapter 11.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Chuck, we want to do. We see how much time we got here. Shoot, it's 12 o'clock. Man, time be flying.
It does.
Shucks. Chuck, I know you got to go to work, man.
Yeah.
But we will get at it again, Lord willing. If y'all free on Tuesday, that'll be I can get on.
The we can go a little bit more.
If
Get
you
through
want to
this.
go a little bit more, I'm
And,
good with it. Tim, I'm good. Go.
let's see. Like I said, I'm working through these slides too a little bit. Yeah. So I get what you're saying. So verse 11, chapter 11, verse 1. It's also in the first year of Darius. That's the date and time. He's letting you know this is the first year of King Darius, the Mede. Even I stood to confirm and to strengthen him.
Now, let me interject this,
Yeah.
Chuck.
Yeah.
I want to interject this now that he's telling you, like you said, that's the time,
Yeah.
but the Greek Empire hasn't came yet, right?
Right. He's in the Medes Empire, telling us what is
What's
to
coming.
come after. Yes.
Right. Got
He's
it. I just want to
prophesying
make
forward.
sure.
Yeah. Yeah. He's Daniel's back here in the days of Darius. Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to see what I'm looking at. So what I'm saying is it's a progression through chapter 11. He's giving you the king of the north, the king of the south, the daughters exchanging back and forth. He goes already.
I see.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because he starts out talking about Alexander in verse 3.
Right.
He says, "A mighty king shall stand up that shall rule with great dominion and do according to his will." That's verse 3. "And when he shall stand up, his kingdom shall be broken and shall be divided towards the four winds of heaven, and not to his prosperity according to his dominion, which he ruled, for his kingdom shall be plucked up." Now, I think for me, that's a key thing right there. His kingdom shall be plucked up. It kind of gives us insight into what plucked up mean.
Right.
Even for others beside those. He says, "And the king of the south shall be strong, and one of his princes, and he shall be strong above him, and have dominion. His dominion shall be a great dominion. And in the end of years, they shall join themselves together." Now, end of years, what are we saying? What is that, the kingdom type thing?
What verse
The end of his life? End of time? What are we talking about?
What verse you at?
Verse 6.
And in the end of years, they shall join themselves together. For the king's daughter of the south shall come to the king of the north to make an agreement, but she shall not retain the power of the arm, neither shall end of the years. It doesn't seem like it's to me he's dating it again. I would have to look up the exact meaning of end of years.
Okay, but yeah, I'm looking more towards either his end of his kingdom or his life, or something to that effect. Okay, for maybe to come out, "For the king's daughter of the south shall come to the king of the north to make an agreement, but she shall not retain the power of the arm, neither shall he stand, nor his arm, but she shall be given up, and they that brought her, and he that begat her, and he that strengthened her in these times," in these days, I guess you can say. "But out of a branch of her roots," another good word,
yes,
"shall one stand up in his estate, which shall come with an army, and shall enter into the fortress of the king of the north, and shall deal against them, and shall prevail, and shall also carry captives into Egypt."
Just want to bring out again, showing a generational.
Right.
It's not it's not in a 7-year time period. It's a generation.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. Bring out a branch of her roots. You know what I'm saying? Okay. "And shall also carry captives into Egypt, their gods, with their princes and with their precious vessels of silver and gold." And he shall continue more years than the king of the north. So he's gonna live longer.
Sound like
His
it.
rule gonna be longer or whatever. So the king of the south shall come into his kingdom and shall return into his own land. But his sons shall be stirred up and shall assemble a multitude of great forces, and one shall certainly come and overflow and pass through. Then shall he return and be stirred up even to his fortress. And the king of the south shall be moved with choler and shall come forth and fight with him, even the king of the north. He shall set forth a great multitude, but the multitude shall be given into his hands. And when he hath taken away the multitude, his heart shall be lifted up, because he won a great battle. And he shall cast down many 10,000, but he shall not be strengthened by it. For the king of the north shall return and shall set forth a multitude greater than the former, greater than his predecessor, and shall certainly come after certain years with a great army and with much riches. And in those times there shall many stand up against the king of the south. Also the robbers of that people shall exalt themselves to establish division, but they shall fall. So the king of the north shall come and cast up a mount and take the most fenced cities, and the arms of the south shall not withstand neither his chosen people, neither shall there be any strength to withstand. His chosen people, I guess that's his personal cast. But he that cometh against him shall do according to his own will, and none shall stand before him. And he shall stand in the glorious land, I'm thinking Israel,
Right.
which by his hand shall be consumed. So he gonna conquer the glorious land.
Right.
He shall set forth his face to enter with the strength of his whole kingdom, and upright ones with him. I don't know what that means. Thus shall he do.
Sharp. Hey, Sharp. Where you in 11?
11, 17.
Okay, so now, Chuck, you saying that thing is going from all the way where Alexander is, all the way up to the end. Are we saying that this is the Antichrist who's getting ready to go into Jerusalem, right, and take it over?
No, we're not. No, that's not. This part is not Antichrist yet.
Yeah, we ain't got to him yet.
What I'm saying is, this happened after Daniel, but between Daniel and us, this has already taken place. And I say you can see it by what the king of the south and the king of the north is not one person. It's like Caesar is a title. So the king of the north and the king of the south are their sons and their daughters, and it brings
it's a dynasty.
It's a dynasty. It's showing you the whole workings of the Greek Empire over a vast number of years.
So yeah, so right now we're just showing that down, and that was confusing to me too. You know what I'm saying? When you see Cleopatra, and then you see Cleopatra in a place she shouldn't even be.
Shouldn't even be.
And then you find out, oh, there was 8 Cleopatras in the dynasty.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that was definitely a key point right there. You know. So right now we haven't got to the Antichrist as of yet, Tim, but we're heading that way.
Okay.
Let's see. I think I was on
17.
17. He shall also set his face to enter with strength, the strength of his whole kingdom, and upright ones with him. Thus shall he do, and he shall give him the daughter of women, corrupting her, but she shall not stand on his side, neither be for him. After this shall he turn his face unto the isles of the islands, and shall take many. But a prince for his own behalf shall cause the reproach offered by him to cease. So I guess he was hated, and this guy gonna cause people not to hate him anymore. Okay. Without his own reproach, he shall cause it to turn. Dog. Without his own reproach, he shall cause it to turn upon him. Then he shall turn his face towards the fort of his own land, but he shall stumble and fall and not be found. Then shall stand up in his estate, still his dynasty,
Yep.
a raiser of taxes.
Yep.
In the glory. Go ahead, Chuck. You got something?
No, I'll say yep.
Yeah, okay. Then shall stand up in his state a raiser of taxes in the glory of the kingdom, but within few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle. All right. And in his estate, same dynasty, shall stand a vile person.
Yep.
Now I'm thinking this is perhaps Antiochus.
Yes.
To whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peacefully and obtain the kingdom by flatteries.
Yep.
And with the arms of a flood shall they be overflown from before him, and shall be broken, yea, also the prince of the covenant. We might have to read that, see who that is.
Yeah, that's his time of the Maccabees, one of the priests. That's what historians believe. But we can.
I got you.
Yeah, got you.
Uh-huh. Excuse me. That makes sense. I mean, the prince of the covenant. I want to know why they're giving that title.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. The prince of the covenant.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
I mean that had to be. I mean, we think about the covenant now. You know what I mean? We can't give that title can't go to anybody, can it?
Well, no. I would have to say no. Let's see here.
So are you saying that this is the killing of Christ?
No, definitely not. But
no.
But I'm thinking. Go ahead, Tim. I'll let you.
I'm just saying when it says covenant, you know what I mean? I think that covenant is there has to be a clue of some sort. You mean the prince of the covenant, meaning that, okay, we can't say it's, anybody, there's only what? One prince of the covenant, I mean, that we truly know, which is Jesus Christ, but,
well, some say the Antichrist is prince of the covenant too. You know what I'm saying? That's the mudding of the waters. You know what I'm saying? So here we see again the prince of the covenant. See, the prince of the covenant was, now we're talking about the Greeks.
Yes.
But you go back to chapter 9, we're going to read again about the covenant. All right, it says 9:26, after 62 weeks shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince that shall come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. And therefore, and the end therefore shall be with a flood until the end of the war. Desolations are determined, and he shall confirm the covenant with men. So we see somebody's going to confirm a covenant over here in Daniel 9:27. Go back to that. Fast forward to 11. He says, check it out. This is kind of heavy. He says, I'm gonna read 11:22. And with the arms of a flood shall they be overthrown before him, and shall be broken. Yea, also the prince of the covenant. And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully. So
Okay.
I'm gonna read a little bit more.
Right. So I mean, that's just a covenant that, you know, like I said, league. Okay, that's a promise or something, you know what I'm saying, that he made with whoever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's still in reference to, um, still in reference to, this is verse 23. I think it's still in reference to 22. But my Bible give a reference when it talks about the prince of chapter 8:10. Let's just take a look and see.
8, 10, and 11.
8, 10, 11. All right. And he says, and it waxed great, even to the host of heaven. It cast down some of the host of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. Now, I personally believe that these are saints. All right. Yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of the host, and by him the daily sacrifice was taken away. And the place of his sanctuary was cast down. So I'm thinking that in verse 10, where it says he cast down some of the host and of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. I'm thinking he's talking about the righteous Jews of that time.
You started at 9, right?
I started at 10.
Okay.
But I can go to 9. Okay.
Go to 8. Go to 8.
Go to 8? Okay. Okay. And he says, and therefore the he-goat, and therefore the he-goat waxed very great. Who the heck called man? They hung up good. All right. Therefore the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up 4 notable horns towards the 4 winds of heaven. That was verse 8.
Yeah.
And out of okay, now we get to the little horn.
Yeah.
Okay. And out of one of them, so this little horn comes up out of one of those 4.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So out of what can we say that out of the territory of one of the little horns, or out of their dynasty, or what? How would you guys look at that when you say out of one of them?
So therefore the he-goat, that's, we know, is Alexander the Great, waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken. And for it came up 4 notable ones toward the 4 winds of heaven. So in that territory, in that area, from one of those 4 kings, that little horns comes up.
Okay. Now he says, verse 9. Read your verse 9. I don't know if you're reading King James or not.
Let me see. It says, and out of the verse 9, right? And out of one of them came forth a little horn, which waxed exceedingly great toward the south and toward the east and toward the pleasant land. That's Israel. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven, and it cast down some of the host of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them.
Hey, and brothers, that I believe that verse right there coincides with Revelations 12. That's why I think that's the Antichrist right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. See, but what I'm saying is it jumps. For one thing, he's talking about Alexander the Great. Another minute, he's talking about the 4 generals of Alexander the Great. Then he jumps all the way to the Antichrist.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now, you know what I'm saying? He talks about Alexander the Great. Then he talks about his 4 generals.
Yes.
Okay. Then it gives us a clue as to where this Antichrist, you know what I'm saying, the little horn, he's gonna come up from amongst these 4. All right. Now, after he gives us a clue as to where that little horn is gonna come up from, then he tells us, okay, now what this little horn gonna do when he come into power.
Yeah, but just to bring this out, 10 I'm thinking, to me, he's talking about the spirit in the Antichrist, the devil. Remember, and it waxed great even to the host of heaven, and we know no man is going to pull down the stars.
Yeah. Well. I think them stars is the sons of God, Chuck. I think he can. Go to can one of y'all go to Revelation 12?
Yeah, Revelation 12.
You got it, Chuck? Okay.
Yeah. Revelation 12.
12, and I think it's verse 3 or 4.
It's verse 4.
Okay, read. You can go. You can start with 2 or 3, Chuck. Just
Yeah.
to.
Let's go to 1. 12. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she, being with child, cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head, and his tail drew 1/3 part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, to devour her child as soon as born.
Okay, right there, Chuck. You just read where, you know what I'm saying, he cast the stars down from heaven, right? He drew okay, so now we know that you know what I mean, he we know that's symbolic. And it's speaking, it's saying something. But that verse right there, to me, is the same verse that y'all just read in Daniel 11. Was that Daniel?
Daniel 8.
Daniel 8. Okay, yeah, that verse to me is the same verse you just read in Daniel 8. Mm-hmm. I think those are the same 2 verses.
But I think it's compiling spiritual with physical. We know the Antichrist, or not the Antichrist. We know the devil cast down angels with him. We know they're going, and then you know what I'm saying?
Well, let's say about. Keep your thought, Chuck.
I got you.
I want to say something about that. The Daniel 12 and the casting down and all of that. Okay, I want to flip over that real quick, but try to keep your thought.
You said you're on the Daniel 12?
Oh no, I'm going to Revelation 12.
Oh, Revelation 12. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going back where y'all at right now.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll try to hopefully keep what you were saying.
My bag.
Okay. It says the red dragon having 10 horns, blah 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 blah. His tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven and cast them to the earth.
Yes.
Okay, so you're that's Satan and his angels, you feel?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's compounded. All right. She being with child, she is the nation of Israel, I believe, travailing in birth and pain to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven. And behold, a great red dragon, the devil, having 7 heads and 10 horns. That goes back to the beast. That goes back to the kingdoms. And 7 crowns upon his head. So that is earthly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a spirit within the beast, all right, attacking Israel at this time. And his tail drew the 3rd part of the stars. Okay. The 3rd part of the stars. 1/3 of the angels, the Bible says, was brought down by Satan. Am I right?
Well, I think people have convoluted 2 verses. Now check this out. Tell me if this sounds the same. What you read was verse 4. Look at verse 7. And he says in Revelation 12:7. Gotcha. And he says there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not, neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old servant called the devil and Satan, was to deceive the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his anger was cast out with him. So verse 4 implies that Satan cast these bad boys to the earth, or basically it says it. But verse 7 through 9, Michael cast them down to the earth. That's why I'm thinking this is telling us something. Verse 4 is different, in my opinion.
Gotcha. I'm gonna look up.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that these are sons of God. Of course, we know this is a spiritual type situation.
Yeah.
But it says his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven and did cast him to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered to the. Not only he dealt with them other stars, now you want to get the main star.
Let me put this in there.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's a time period. Satan, we don't know when, at some point in time, seduced. This says drew. Didn't say cast down. It says drew. He drew them. All right. Third. All right.
Well, he said he did cast them down too. Now he did say that.
Yeah. Okay. Drew the third part of the stars and did cast down. Okay, you're right. And the dragon stood before the woman. All right. However, that happened at some point in time. We don't know when. That battle in 7 doesn't happen till later. Because remember now, Satan right now can go before God and accuse us. But at a certain point, God kicks him out. That's verse 7.
Verse 4. You're right. I mean, verse 4 is not Satan being cast out.
Right.
Satan is doing the casting down.
Right.
But he's not being he isn't cast out until
he's not being punished yet. But he drew this number out. That's why I don't think it's flesh to people. He drew this number out, cast them down to the earth. They're in this realm. They're walking among us and all this kind of stuff. But at a later point, when the battle happens, and that goes to the point where it says he knows his time is limited. That's when he really pours it on the humans left down here. So I get, those two are separate, but I still don't see the flesh part that you see.
Right. The only reason I'm linking the flesh part, it's not in this verse. I can't use the flesh here. I have to go back to Daniel 7. And the reason why, you go back to that, because Timmons is drawing saying, hey, he believes, Daniel 8. He says, hey, I believe that this is the same verse as in 12.
Gotcha.
So you go back to Daniel 8, and we'll look at 10 and 11 and 12, right?
Yes.
He says, and it was waxed great, even to the host of heaven. It cast down some of the host of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them, right? And it says, yea, he magnified himself even to the prince of hosts. And by him the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. So I'm thinking the sanctuary of the prince of hosts was cast down. And then verse 12. And a host was given him against the daily sacrifice by reason of transgression, and it cast down the truth to the ground, and it practiced and prospered. So I'm thinking here is the human part of it right here. You know what I'm saying? Of the spiritual thing that's being shown in Revelation. Because we see that the horn seems to be a human at this point, right? The little horn waxed exceedingly great towards the south, the east, and the pleasant land, Jerusalem. And it waxed great even to the host of heaven. It magnified itself. And it cast down some of the host of the stars to the ground and stamped upon them. And yea, he magnified himself even to now he's, hey, I'm above everything. You know what I'm saying? Right now, um, um, I'm thinking this thing. I'm looking at this thing as a spirit that was upon a man, but that same spirit is going to manifest itself in the end times, in the Antichrist, and do start back to killing saints because he goes after the saints, right? When he gets back in the flesh, he start well. One, he tried to kill Jesus, and then he goes after the remnant of the woman seed, right? And in verse 12, he says, "Woe to the inhabitants of the earth, for the devil has come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knows he has but a short time." And when the dragon saw that he was cast into the earth, he persecuted the woman, right? That brought forth the man child. Then she was hidden, and he cast out, the flood. We're going after the remnant. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, yeah, these two scriptures. I mean, I can see what Timmons is saying about they are the same. When I say the same, that this individual here is the same.
Gotcha.
But I'm not 100% sure. I think that this guy, I think there's a human, I think the same spirit now
Gotcha.
is doing what he's doing. But I'm not 100% either way. I just put it like that. Because I'm just looking at the daily sacrifice. I mean, we know them boys did that with the day. I mean, we're talking the daily sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about the time where the Jews are still doing this type of stuff.
Right.
And he says, I'm going to just go back to 8:11. And he says, by him, the daily sacrifice was taken away, and the place of his sanctuary was cast down. Now, we know he ain't threw down no heavenly. I don't believe he did the heavenly sanctuary was cast down. I'm thinking it's earthly at this point.
Yeah, I would see that as earthly. Like I said, to me, it jumps back and forth.
Yeah.
Once it could, just like when it says, the dragon with the 10 horns, it to me is alluding to the beast. So we know the beast kingdom, and we know that the devil's in this beast kingdom, who's trying to kill the Jews, who had Christ, and but to me, it jumps back and forth. For a minute.
Yeah, I think that chapter 12 in Revelation is it definitely is showing, because he says he saw this thing. He said, I saw a wonder in heaven.
Yes.
He's using symbols.
Yes.
Up until a certain point, until he actually make the transitions to the earth when Satan is cast down. Because in verse 12 he says, "Rejoice, you heavens." Woo, that dude is gone.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But
you can't come back.
Woe to the inhabitants of the earth.
Yeah.
And he's mad because he knows his time is short. Now I'm in a body. I know I ain't got much time left. Whether it's 3.5 years or 80 years, I ain't got but a little bit of time.
Yeah. And I'm gonna get me.
Yeah, I'm gonna get me. I'm gonna do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
It goes in. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I think that at this time, brothers, I think it's just sheer jealousy, because what I'm saying, God done stripped him of all his powers, his heavenly powers anyhow. You know what I mean? Because it done cast to the earth. You know what I mean? He can't ascend back to the throne no more. You know what I mean? He can't run back and forth to and fro telling God nothing now. You know what I'm saying? Because he done been stripped. So now it's more so, okay, hey, since I know I got to go to hell, I'm finna deal with your children, with your so-called children, who you am. I'm your creation. I'm finna kill these rascals. I think it's more so jealousy at that time.
He's just spiteful. He's jealous. He's angry. He's mad. Spiteful, like old evil, something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just thinking that since Christ ascended, just the order of this thing, since Christ ascended up to heaven, he was ticked. All right, let me see what is it. He brought forth a man child, and her child was caught up to God and to his throne, right? All right. Now the woman fled into the wilderness after that, right? And she's gonna be fed for 3.5 years or what, And then it stops. Okay, it stops and goes on until there was a war in heaven and all that kind of stuff, right? And then after the war, this cat gets cast down. You know what I'm saying? He's turned into a human. My thinking is, or that spirit can no longer, do what it was doing. It's limited at this point. You know what I'm saying? So now he's like, I'm going after them kids, man. Okay, I can't get dude. I got to go after them boys. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I got to hurt him somehow.
Yeah, I got to get him. I can't get him. I'm gonna get the children. You know what I'm saying? And then it takes back up. I mean, like there's a gap of time. You know what I'm saying? Between when Christ ascends up, right? And it seemed like I guess Christ like that dude got to go. Michael, get rid of this dude. And he kicks him out. And the boys come down here. And they start doing their thing. Wilding.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's interesting.
I'm gonna look at it again. Chuck. I wish I had I couldn't really get down because I was.
I know.
But
I get you.
Next time we get together, hopefully I have my Bible in front of me and I'll be able to articulate a little bit better.
Yeah.
But
I think we all in the same ballpark, man. Yeah. I mean, we agree that the Antichrist is filled with the spirit of the Satan made manifest, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And he's doing his thing. But I do think that there's a shadow and a type. I mean, a type and a shadow. You know what I'm saying? There's I think just like Judas, right? We know Satan was in that cat, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Doing his thing. He tried to have Jesus killed. Maybe in Daniel 8. It could very well, it could be what you're saying it is, Tim. It could be.
It's possible, you know what I'm saying, man. I mean, like I said, it could be right or it could be two things. It could be wrong or it could be right.
It could be right or wrong. It could be either way. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. But I'll just throw my head in the ring. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if Daniel 8. I'm looking at Daniel 8 as at this point now, until more information is revealed. I believe this is the same individual. This is definitely the same spirit that gets individual that magnify himself to the Prince of Hosts.
Right.
And by him, the daily sacrifice was taken away. And the place of his sanctuary was cast down. I'm thinking, I just see that as in a time where that daily sacrifice was in effect at this point. But that don't mean it don't happen again.
Right.
Because we often see a shadow and a type, you know what I'm saying? Or the fulfillment, you know what I'm saying? And he does exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. In verse 12, it says he cast truth down to the ground.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We know that's symbolic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Hey,
Uh, it's-
but like I said, we can see that manifested when you say um, a boy is a girl and a girl is a boy.
yeah, he's trying to he's trying to cast truth down to the ground.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
why can how can someone be born in the wrong body and the body you going to is the other body? It's only two options. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
There's a lot of girls born into boys' bodies. And come on, man. You see,
Hey, hey, there's a scripture that says that he's not gonna desire women. He's not
yeah,
gonna
yeah,
desire women or something like that.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
he
yeah,
won't have something like that, something to that effect. He
yeah,
won't
yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I think
something like
gonna do.
he won't regard women or something like that.
Yeah, I think I think he's one of them.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
can
I
see
mean,
that.
I look okay now. You look at Sodom and Gomorrah, man. You know what I'm saying? Look at all that gay stuff. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
The perversion. You know how Satan is always trying to pervert what God has done. You know what I'm saying? He always changing it. You know what I mean? Trying to flip this thing back. Trying to, you know what I mean? This sucker done trying to. He trying to flip flop reproduction, man. I mean, he
Yeah.
just hey. I
Mhm.
mean, so you look at, you know what I mean? It to me that would be the like the crux, the climax. You know what I'm saying of Satan. You know what I mean coming in as this antichrist as a full-fledged gay. You know what I mean in total opposition to God.
Check this out, man. Do you know they got what? I don't know how true it is, but these foods that we eat
Oh yeah.
creates estrogen in men.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
So
Soy. It,
You you
the soy.
hey, let me repeat that one more time. Now you said the food that we eat
Yes.
creates estrogen in men.
Yes.
mhm,
Yeah, I believe that
Yeah.
mhm.
100%. Call them boys grow titties, ain't it?
Hey,
I
have
believe that.
hey, and gay. You know what
yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
You start attraction, having vile affections
Well,
Yeah.
see,
towards
it's the
men.
soy and it's the plastic. I don't know if y'all know the plastic we whatever um is found in the testicles of men now. It's found in the brains of men. All the stuff, this modern luxury stuff, is killing us.
Yeah.
Plastic. But I say soy, eating soybeans and all that creates estrogen.
Hmm.
So we have to be careful.
Anything soybeans, all that's yeah.
Yeah,
Soy milk.
yeah. They
Mhm.
also the testosterone since the 70s in men, sperm count is going
Yeah,
down.
yeah. Oh, I know that.
Yeah, he's trying to eliminate this thing that God got.
Yes, sir. Yes,
And
sir.
which takes me now. This is sheer speculation with Pizza. Me and Pizza's having this conversation. He was like, "She's like, Daddy, what did the animals do?" I was like, "Girl, I don't know." Through how I think technology was back then,
Right, right.
but after seeing what we're doing now, man, he probably like y'all bet was the corrupt, because we kind of just started kicking the can, with the man with the head of a moose and the dog with a lion body or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Man was doing. I think they was doing some things, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think they was they was they probably was more. I mean, you think about a man that lived 700 years, what that joker can do.
Yeah.
Mm. An evil
You know what
man
I'm saying?
now. Evil
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah. Yeah.
The righteous man, you know what I'm saying? He gonna live, you know what I'm saying, according to God's command. You know what I mean? Just be simple, just want to farm, you know what I mean? Just live a good life. Hope be good to his neighbor. The righteous man gonna do that, you know what I'm saying? Because he ain't got no evil in his heart. He gonna do to others as he would have them to do unto him. You know what I mean? That's just me, not my opinion. I believe the righteous man
Yeah,
gonna do
that's
that. But that cat,
mhm.
that unrighteous cat, that sinner, oh man. Woo, Lord have mercy. He gonna
Yeah,
everything up on the sun, that rascal gonna do.
yeah. And I'm like, what was these dudes doing? I mean, you got a whole globe full of them. What in the world? What's going on?
And
You know what I'm saying?
the scripture you're talking about is Daniel 11:37.
Which one is
What
that?
Neither shall he regard the gods of his father, nor the desire of women.
Mm.
okay. Okay. Boom. That scripture right there. Is that another scripture that, talking about him not regarding the God of his fathers? Is that another one, or that's the same one you read earlier? I'm sure.
No, I think I was just quoting it. What? I don't think I read that
Okay.
about
I know.
him.
I know. Well, because I had said that's why I believed that he was going to be a Jew because he was going to do other than what the God of his fathers did. So that's another
Ye-
verse, right?
Yeah,
That
that's
ain't the
another
same verse
verse.
that Chuck that's read, right?
No, I don't think that's the same one. Let me see. Chuck read that was in chapter 11 though, right, Chuck?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Chuck said
11,
11:30.
37.
What was we reading about the God of his? When we read that about the God of his fathers?
Yeah, he was going to do other than what the God of his fathers did. See that? To me, that's just and Chuck, what you just read, that's just showing to me that's saying, hey, this cat gonna be a Jew, man.
Gotcha.
I can't find it right now, but
That might have been an 8. When you read the 8 earlier, you was reading
yeah, I was
whatever
reading
you.
chapter 8 too. Man, bad boys be
I'm
sleeping on the Bible, man.
I'm gonna jump in there, boy, because it's just them verses, man. Like that verse and the one Chuck just read, you know what I'm saying? I mean, they pretty much saying the same thing.
Pretty much, yeah. But we read it before about the fathers. Chuck was reading it about the fathers, but it was talking about, I think that's when we start talking about the dynasty or something. What was we saying about that? Man, I don't know. Yeah, we'll definitely dig into that, man, and see. I don't know, Tim, where that was at. But we did read another verse. I agree with
Yeah,
that.
it's one more in there talking about the God of his father. He was gonna do other than what the God of his fathers did.
Other than what his fathers did or something like that.
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
he I just got you 37. Last part, nor regard any God, for he shall magnify himself above all. So he says, he neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor desire women, nor regard any God, for he shall magnify himself above all. That bad boy will be totally depraved.
Let me look, man. I can get looking at the coordinates and it'll tell me.
What you said that's 37, Chuck, right there?
Yeah,
That's 37.
yeah, 11:37.
Okay. Now, where do you think it changes into the Antichrist from? I mean, the evolution. Where does it change at to get to the Antichrist? Just right there at 37.
See, I forgot where we stopped at.
Because we was reading early on in 11. I think
Yeah,
you started at the beginning of the chapter,
right.
and you were saying that you think that this was
Generational.
generation. Yeah, that's what you use.
Yeah.
That's the term you use.
Let's see. It's done
Where
I'm trying to find out where I was so I can, after they made league with, he shall work deceitfully, right? Peacefully.
Right back.
Yeah. Jesus. Oh, and he shall stir up his power and his courage against the kingdom of the south. With the king of the south, and with a great army shall the king of the south shall be stirred up to battle with very great army, but shall not stand, for they shall forecast devices against him. Go ahead.
because at some point you're saying that he pronoun, right? You know what I'm saying? We ought to be able to distinguish. You don't think we should be able to distinguish when the characters change?
You can't. Not because they're using the same title over generations. The king of the south and the king of the north, that's that start off. You can see he's telling the story from generation where he says the king of the north, his daughter. Then he says he shall give away a um, a daughter, and it shall not come about. It's generation. See, Cassie show. Yea, they that feed the portion of the meat. I'm listening.
No, I'm not. I agree with the king of the north and the king of the south. Now, I'm just talking about the Antichrist at this point.
But that's what I'm saying. He seems to come. It's going to get down to that part where he is a descendant of them.
Okay.
It says, and both this is 27. 11:27. And both these kings' heart shall be to do mischief, and they shall speak lies at one table, but it shall not prosper. But yet the end shall be at the time appointed. Then shall he return into his land with great riches, and his heart shall be against the holy covenant, and he shall do exploits and return to his own land. I'm saying that's in the past. At the time appointed, he shall return and come toward the south, but it shall not be as the former or as the later. I can see that. I can show you that through history. Verse 30, for the ships of Chittim shall come against him, therefore he shall
Romans.
be. Huh?
You're in the Romans right there.
Yeah.
The ships of Chittim?
Yeah. Shall be grieved and return and shall and return an ignorant nation against the holy covenant, so shall he do. So
let me ask you this right quick.
Yes.
Okay, now since the ships of Chittim gonna come against him, we don't think that shouldn't that be proof that okay, that ain't the Pope?
Oh yeah, I don't see it as Pope. Yeah.
What else I'm saying? Can we say that that's proof right there? Since the ships of Chittim gonna come against this cat, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that the Rome ain't gonna fight against the Pope, right?
Right, but that's not the Pope he's fighting against.
No, it said the ships of Chittim gonna come against the Antichrist, right?
No. We're not at the Antichrist yet.
Okay. Y'all out of church?
Where's you at now, Chuck? Where you at?
30.
Verse that.
Yeah,
30?
30. Okay. Yeah, we still ain't at the end of Christ yet.
Okay.
This is Antiochus. He was stopped by Rome, and because of that, he attacked the Jews.
Okay.
This is the part where, for the ships of Chittim shall come against him, therefore he shall be grieved and return and have indignation against the holy covenant, against the Jews. So shall he do. He shall even return and have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant, and arms shall stand on his part, and they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength, and shall take away the daily sacrifice, and they shall place them bondage and make it desolate. This is what I'm saying is Antiochus, not the Antichrist in the last days.
Okay, but verse 37 it goes to the Antichrist in the last days is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just you know what, I can't say that you're wrong, but just in my reasoning, and you know, just me looking, I can't see how, because I don't know when to decipher when the he's change. You know what I'm saying? When it's talking about.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, think about this. Think about this. So you read in the Bible before Christ came, right? And you're reading about what was that? What is that verse? You're reading about the coming of Christ, but you don't fully know it's coming of Christ. And if you look at it, what is it not Samuel? It's not Ezekiel. It's talking about the virgin shall conceive.
The virgin shall conceive. That's
yeah. Isaiah. It's talking about two things at the same time. What I'm saying is, It's talking about natural and the spiritual. Because it happened during his day, but it also happened to be, he typed what happened to Christ. He typed out Christ, what I'm saying.
If we talking about the same Isaiah verse, we saw one of them that was an actual happening.
Yes.
We saw that this woman had a child, and it clearly made that it was somebody that had a child. But we have to find that verse to see how, because when we was going through that, we was able to draw the distinction.
Yeah, I'm looking it up, trying to look it up. But what I'm saying is that as you go through here, it's historical, and then it gets future. And so when you go through the Old Testament and you're dealing with Christ is coming, it's historical, and then it's future again.
Yeah, when I walked out, y'all was talking about the ships of Chittim. That's history shows the Romans was becoming a power at the time. You know what I'm saying? Not this way before the popes and all that stuff. They was becoming a power, and they were starting to influence things. And so they caused that guy, the guy that they were reading about, what was y'all reading that where y'all said that those ships?
And
is that in chapter 11?
Yeah, that's chapter 11.
11, like 20 something, when it's up, 26, 27, 28, so when there.
30 was the ship of Chittim.
Okay, yeah, he says, for the ships of Chittim shall come against him, therefore he shall be grieved and turn and have indignation against the Holy Covenant. So historians say that when they read this, they said, okay, this is what happened in history.
Right.
Because of these deeds, he looked at this situation, man. He's like, man, I should have dealt with these darn Jews a long time ago. So he goes, according to history, he goes back and he deals with the Jews, and he puts up this sacrifice. I mean, that's when he kind of desolate the temple and stuff like that.
Yeah, he put a statue of himself as God,
Mm-hmm.
and he killed a pig.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He says, for the ships of Chittim shall come against him, therefore he shall be grieved and return and have an indignation against the Holy Covenant, aka the Jews. So shall he do, he shall even return and have intelligence with them that forsake the Holy Covenant. So some of the Jews,
yes,
do like they did in the days of Christ, right?
Yes.
They jump on the side of the Romans. You know what I'm saying? Like they said, we have no Caesar but God. I mean, but we have no ruler but God. I mean, but Caesar.
Yeah.
No God but Caesar. Yeah.
Yeah.
No king but Caesar.
No king but Caesar. Yeah. And then verse 31, he says, an arm shall stand on his part, and they shall pollute the sanctuary, and shall take away the daily sacrifice, and shall place the abomination that maketh desolate. So they're saying that, hey, man, this is when he went in there, he slaughtered the pig, put the statue up there. He started worshiping his God. Now, your God done ticked me off. I didn't get what I wanted. So I'm putting my God up in here. And then in verse 32, and such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt with flatteries. So some of them Jews turned against, their beliefs. But the prince that do know their God, but the people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits. And some say that was the Maccabees. And they that understand among the people shall instruct many, yet they shall fall by the sword and by the flame and by captivities.
I see that verse as the people that know their God should do exploits. I see that as those that are the born again, the sons of God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To me, that's what that verse is saying. The sons of God, they're gonna be doing some stuff.
Yeah, that's right. They was believers. They had faith. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they that go ahead, Chip.
Obviously, I got that verse that I was talking about.
Go ahead, Tim. I mean, Chuck.
Isaiah 11. Well, I go to 10. Moreover, the Lord spake again unto Ahaz, saying, Ask thee a sign of the Lord thy God. Ask it either in the depth or in the height above. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, neither will I tempt the Lord. And he said, Hear ye now, O house of David, is it a small thing for you to weary man, but will ye weary God also? Therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Butter and honey shall he eat, that he may know to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child shall know to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land that thou abhorrest shall be forsaken of both their kings. The Lord shall bring upon thee and upon thy people and upon thy father's house days that have not come from the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, even the king of Assyria. So within that is actual fulfillment in his day, and in that is prophesying of Jesus Christ. That's my point. I don't know if you got that out of there or not, but
okay. I mean, yeah, I see what you was saying. As far as that verse where that goes. Sharp, that what you was reading it just now, Sharp, with 11. When do you see that thing changing from Antiochus to the Antichrist? I mean, can you differentiate between the he's?
You're talking about chapter 11.
Yeah, when I mean,
yeah, let's go to that and see. I thought I could. What made me think that it was a physical person was because of what was going on
no. What I'm asking you is that when does it change from, because okay, Chuck is saying it's generational. All right, so now I mean, meaning that okay, it's a spirit that's on men and it's hopping.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you know what I'm saying, I mean, I'm and Chuck, if I'm wrong, correct me now, because I think that's what you're saying. You know what I mean? The spirit of Antichrist is hopping on when you see the manifestation.
You're going out there, bro.
Of, I mean, not the image, but you're seeing a type.
Yeah. So
say again, Chuck. You said went out.
Yeah, you was dropping out.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good. How about you?
Yeah.
Sharp, you here?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, like I said, starting at 11:1, it's generational. It gets down to the end time. Let's see, can I see when it's? I know in what we said in 37, that's the Antichrist. That's what I feel. So when did it change over? Let's see.
Yeah.
When does it get future? You're saying when do you go from? When do you go to the end time? Basically, I think that's what Tim is asking. When does it get to the end times? Okay. Just looking at 11. Where I was going, where I was at was actually 8. But okay, so let's say 11. Most of 11, we see the history of what's going on with the Greek with the Greek Empire, right? And then we go to verse 31 in 11. Arms shall stand on his part; they shall pollute the sanctuary of strength and shall take away the daily sacrifice. Still saying that as still historical. Still, I'm leaning heavily towards Epiphanies. Then we go on from there to 33. They that understand among the people shall instruct, they shall fall by the sword and by captivity and all that kind of stuff. And then verse 34, and they fall, they shall be helped with a little help. That's the Maccabees fighting back. But many shall cleave to them with flatteries. Some of them understanding shall fall. I'm still thinking this where I'm putting this at is between this stuff right now. Putting this between what's the last book about Revelation? I mean Old Testament.
Malachi?
Malachi. I'm putting this stuff here between Malachi and the book of Matthew, the 400 years. Okay. Let's see here. Some of them understand shall fall short, try them, purge them, even to the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. The
What
last verse that I'm in
verse?
11.
Oh, 11 what?
I was just quoting from 11:35.
Gotcha.
But 11:33 definitely between the Old and New Testament. 11:34, I think the same thing. 11:35, I said, and some of them, the understanding shall fall. I said, and some of them of understanding shall fall, and try them and purge them to make them white, even to the time of the end. Now, this one I'm not 100% sure on 35. It says, and some of them understanding shall. Remember, I'm reading it right.
This is what I'm. Well, okay, now, all right. The reading of the text, right? You know what I'm saying? It's going from. There should be a flow. You know what I mean? Okay, now, the God, the Holy Spirit is telling us something.
Right.
Of course, you know, I ain't looking at no 1, 2, we ain't looking at numbers. We just looking at, you know what I'm saying, the words and what it's saying, right? Okay. How can, you know, you got the he's and it's talking about this, and then it's saying it's some. I'm just saying, how can you, I mean, to me, and just my comprehension, I see that thing. Read that verse that you just read, stuff about some they're gonna do what?
Yeah, he says, verse 35 is one of the some, and some of them of understanding shall fall. And then he says, to try them, to purge them, and to make them white, even to the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed.
Okay, so now me, I believe that scripture is referring to the end time, and I believe it's talking about the sons of God that's going to be, you know, some of them going to be killed by Satan. You know what I mean? Some of them going to stand for the gospel. And of course, you know what I mean? They're going to be killed. They're going to be fighting. They're going to be running. I see that, you know what I'm saying, is, you know, just like Revelations 12, you know what I mean? When they run into the wilderness, you know what I'm saying? Satan trying to get them. He ain't going to be able to get all of them. And then when you come on down, Sharp, if you read on down, you get down because you close to 37, right?
Yeah, I was stopped at 35.
Okay. Keep on reading, because see, to me, you know what I'm saying, it sounds like you coming up to this Antichrist, and you know what I'm saying, him saying what he gonna be doing, you know what I mean, right there around the time where, you know, you got tribulation going on, you know what I mean, you got those two witnesses, you know what I mean, that's how I see that right there.
But I'll let point out at 35 on down, that's the Antichrist.
But I that's what I'm saying. How y'all? I mean, how you gonna change? You know what I'm saying? You
Easy.
From Epiphanies.
If you study the Old Testament, he does that throughout. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing. Okay, for like I said, the historical, some of this history stuff. All right, like let's look up like the word, the ships of Chittim shall come against him. That's in verse 30, right? Therefore he shall be grieved in return. We haven't, this is mostly dealing with the history of the Greek
yes
empire. You know what I'm saying? And then it and the little horn. You see what I'm saying? This is dealing with from the time of the Greeks taking over, because it starts out with Alexander the Great, right?
Uh-huh.
And at the
Yeah.
end of their kingdom is the Antichrist.
Yes.
Is the Antichrist, the one
Yes.
like you're saying, the Antichrist. Okay. Now, I'm saying there's a shadow of a guy that emulates him in Antiochus, right? Now, but it goes all the way through him. You know, Antiochus, when we got to Antiochus, Antiochus got mad because he got his tail kicked going down to Egypt.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So he went back and took out his loss on the Jews. Okay. So, and that's when he desolated the temple. And so it moves on from Antiochus after that. And it start going, let me put my glasses on. Sister do wickedly. So you get to the part where, to my understanding now, you start seeing, and all of this stuff happened before Jesus came to the earth.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? The book of Maccabees, which I haven't read it in its entirety, and it's not scripture. It's just the Jewish history of what was going on. And that book helped to give understanding of what was what some of this stuff in Daniel is talking about. You know what I'm saying? That just the history. Without that history, it would be, of course, the Holy Ghost could do it, of course. But that history shows when this stuff what was going on. And it seemed like from all the way up to like 34, that's history. Now we finna get to the end time, 35. And some of them of understanding shall fall. I don't know if it says fall. It don't read right to me. To try them, to purge them, and to make them white, even to the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. The king shall do according to his will, and he shall exalt himself and magnify himself above every god. Now we know that's the Antichrist. And he shall speak marvelous things against the God of gods and shall prosper till the indignation be accomplished. For that is determined shall be done. Neither has you know the rest of it. He ain't gonna regard the God of his fathers, the desire of women. He shall magnify himself above all. It's all of this, all the rest of these verses dealing with this he, for the most part. This one guy, he says, the God of forces, the God of whom his fathers knew not, shall be honored with gold, silver, blah, blah, blah. Thou shall he do in the most strongholds with a strange God. He shall cause them to rule over many, and shall divide the land for gain. And at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him, and the king of the north shall come against him. Now that confuses me right there.
That's what I'm saying right there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Yeah.
I just ain't got my Bible. I can't get down right.
You got your sword, man.
I ain't got my sword, baby. I ain't got it. But I tell you what, next time we have this conversation, I'm gonna have it.
What verse are you at?
Oh, that was verse 40. All right, because I'm thinking now that either I'm grossly wrong, or this thing is because we still dealing with the four kings.
Sure enough.
You know what I'm saying? We're still dealing with that. And it looked like they're still dealing with the four kings, because he's still talking about the king of the south and the king of the north.
Right. But I got some more scripture. God drops things in out of order.
Yeah, true. I mean, he does.
That's all I'm saying. So verse 40, and at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him, And the king of the north shall come against him like a whirlwind, with chariots and with horses and with many ships. And he shall enter into the countries and shall overflow and pass over. He shall enter also into the glorious land. And many countries shall be overthrown. This goes back to Ezekiel 38 and 39. If you look at those, it ties into it because it identifies the same countries that the Antichrist is going to attack. So you go from past, maybe present. Go ahead, I'm listening.
So Chuck, you're saying that, okay, God just dropped virtually verse 30, 34 through 40, or 34 to sharp. Where's the verse that when you picked up the king of the north and king of the south going against Satan, going against the Antichrist?
That was verse 40.
Okay, so from verse 34, roughly 34, 35 to 40, God just dropped that in there, and 40 goes back to what you was talking, what it was talking about early on in 11. Is that what you're saying?
No, it ties into Ezekiel 38 and 39. That 40 on ties into 38 and 39.
Okay, early on in chapter 11, it's talking about the king of the south and the king of the north, right? That's
yes,
chapter 11 still, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and then you guys were saying that that was the generational. That's talking about the the Greeks early on.
Yeah, that's the history of the Greeks.
Yeah. Okay. Now we see the king of the north and the king of the south reappearing, coming back up, and it's talking about they're gonna push against the Antichrist.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. I'm just saying that's what it's saying. Now, I'm not 100% sure that just my stance on this. I just throw my head in the ring. Now I'm thinking that all the way to 45 is historical, but I can't prove that. You know what I'm saying at this point. But I'm thinking that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that.
Don't get
this
me
is
wrong.
still. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying I can get you the historical. The Presbyterians have this covered. This part right here. They see all this as historical. I can give you the evidence that this is historical, but it appears to be. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So okay now. So you just said that all the way to 45 is historical. So that verse 37, where that says when it talks about Satan, a few minutes ago you said we know that's the Antichrist. So you're no longer saying that that's the Antichrist.
Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for he shall magnify himself above all. Yep. Now, like I say, we over here in 31, we know what we believe. We have a guy that did that same thing, right?
Yes.
We got Antiochus. He went into the temple of the Jews and put that idol up there. You remember? But I thought his time was up. Just reading this, I thought his time ended after he placed the abomination that make it desolate, right? And so when I get over here to verse 40 and I see these king of the south and king of the north still doing their battle like they was doing, I'm like, well, this still must be historical. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's what make me think. Like I say, I could be wrong. I mean, could be wrong.
I don't think it's historical. I mean, that's me. Now, y'all, of course, y'all already know that. I don't think that.
Okay. Let me see here. I got a little book on that. Quick. Let me see here. Tell me what y'all think.
Because ain't there some verses right there that said in the time of the end? Did you just read a verse that said in time of the end?
That was again. He says that he does say that, and at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him.
Ain't no way that can be historical.
Let me. I'm gonna show you of how God drops stuff in the middle of something that seems unrelated. Can I show you that real quick?
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead.
I'm just gonna look this up.
Yeah, Zechariah 13, start at verse 5. But he shall say, I am no prophet, I am a husbandman. For man taught me to keep cattle from my youth. And one shall say unto him, what are these wounds in thy hand? Then he shall answer, those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd and against the man that is my fellow, saith the Lord of hosts. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered, and I will turn my hand upon the little ones. If you read the whole chapter, he's talking totally about something else, but then he drops in the prophecy of Jesus Christ right in the middle of that.
Yeah.
Another verse, Tim, would be that scripture that we use in Matthew.
Yeah. Well,
about
Christ. Israel.
Israel, yeah. He kind of.
Yeah. Well, he does that everywhere. The book of Psalms is full of that. Yeah. I mean,
I'm saying it's a possibility of the Antichrist being in there, but not all of that pertains to him. But then all of a sudden, he drops in that nugget that refers to the future Antichrist when he was talking about the generations before.
Okay. I'll take it into consideration. You know what I mean? I will. Yeah, I'll take it into consideration. But that last verse where it says, at the end time, I think that verse is pointing to the end time.
Yeah, he says at the time of the end shall the king of the south push at him. So who is the king of the south?
If you go to Ezekiel 38, 39, I think it'll tie in for you.
Okay. Okay. We will go over there and take a look at that. Let me read a little bit of history and we'll jump on that if y'all don't mind.
No problem.
All right. This little historical data.
What you reading from?
This is Haley's Unger's.
Okay.
Unger's handbook. He put a little historical stuff in here. All right. He says the ram with two horns, Medo-Persia, we know that. Is the Medo-Persian Empire. The he-goat is Macedonia, Greece. It's lightning-like conquest under Alexander the Great. He says, let me see, can I get to? He says, empires prophetically symbolized in the decisive battles of Granicus and Isis. I don't know these guys. I don't want to read their name. His untimely death in Babylon, divisions of his world empire among four generals are prefigured. This results in three great Hellenistic empires: Macedonia, which is Egypt; Ptolemies, which is Syria. I'm sorry, he says Macedonia, Egypt, which is the Ptolemies, and Syria, which is the Seleucids. And then he says the career of Antiochus Epiphanes is prophetically outlined 9 through 14. He conquered Palestine, defiled the sanctuary, and declared it to Zeus Olympus. The temple was purified. This is the period of the 2,300 evenings and mornings, right? As the little horn, he must not be confused with the little horn of Daniel 7:8 and 24:26, who is the Antichrist of the end time. Although Antiochus foreshadows him, both are similar in their idolatry and desecration of the temple, but are distinct as the context proves and as the book of Revelation attests. So we'll have to do a deep dive. He didn't get it as thorough as I thought. The angel Gabriel interpretation clearly shows that the vision of Antiochus Epiphanes is a foreshadowing of the future tribulation called the time of the end. the last end of the indignation when the transgressors are to come to full. So, well, yeah, we're going to have to do a serious deep thing on that. All right, Chuck, you said go to what now? Go to
Ezekiel should be 38 and 39.
okay.
I was looking up. So I was looking up Daniel while you was doing that, but while I was listening to you. See Ezekiel.
See that stuff that we looking at now is why the historians or the other people say, man, they wrote this after the fact because of how detailed it is.
Yeah, yeah.
You know. Ezekiel 38 is like there's no way he went through a lot of detail. All right. Persia, Ethiopia, and Libya. This is Ezekiel 30. Let's just start reading. I got it all highlighted, so I must have looked at it at some point.
Gotcha.
He said, no, this is 38. The word of the Lord came to me saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog in the land of Magog, chief prince of Meshach. Is that what you was talking about, Joe?
Yeah.
Thus saith the Lord, I am against thee, O Gog, chief of Meshach, too. I will turn thee back. I will put hooks in thy jaws. I will bring thee forth in all time army, horses, horsemen, all of them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company with bucklers and shields, all of them handling swords, Persia, Ethiopia, Libya, with them, all of them with shields and helmet, Gomer and all his band, the house of Torganath of the north quarters and all his band, many people with thee. Be thou prepared and prepare thyself, thou and all thy company that are assembled unto thee. Be thou on a guard unto them, and after many days thou shalt be visited. And then he goes and says, in the latter years thou shalt come into the land that is brought back from the sword and is gathered out of many people against the mountains of Israel, which have been always waste, but it is brought forth out of the nations, and they shall dwell safely in them. Trying to find, is it going to say something about the Antichrist in this one, Chuck? Is it?
Well, this is it's dealing with it's dealing with the groups that's going to fight against the Antichrist.
Okay.
So, like you jump over to 38, verse 1. I guess it's.
I read 1 through 8.
Oh, that's what you did?
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, that's a lot believe that Gog and Magog is the Russians, the Turkey, Iranians. So that's, again, I believe that's future.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? So
mm-hmm.
That goes with what we was reading in Daniel.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to dig and find. I thought I had some good notes. That stuff, I might have to ball that up and throw it in the trash when I find it. But I thought I had it labeled in this Bible what the different kingdoms took over.
Gotcha.
You know, but 11 seems to be dealing. Chapter 11 seems to be dealing with the Greek Empire.
Yeah.
From start to finish. I
pulled up something real quick. Explanation of Daniel 11, 35 through 45 says Daniel 11, 35 through 45 is part of the detailed prophecy given by Daniel. All right, it says 11:36, the rise of a blasphemous king. It don't identify who that is. It talks about it. I saw something earlier. The king rejection of traditional gods.
So, Tim, you believe at this point, Daniel 11, maybe the whole chapter? Well, we know the whole chapter ain't dealing with old end times. We know that.
Yeah,
But
I believe, man, that it's showing you, where, and I ain't gonna say when and where, but where, of course I mean, I think Daniel 11 is the final piece of the puzzle from 5, 7, 8, and I mean, you of course, you're coming up through that Greek Empire, but God is still showing us that Antichrist, what he's gonna do, because of course, we know he comes up from the 4, and he when you said Daniel 11 is talking about the Greek Empire, I mean, I believe that's really why he's dealing with the Greek Empire, because he's showing you, where Satan is coming from, and then what he's going to be doing. Yeah, I think, man, that's Antichrist, bro. I don't think that's
he does do a lot of. He gives us a lot of empire. I mean, a lot of information on the Greek Empire, but not a lot of information on the Roman Empire that I'm seeing.
Right.
Yeah.
There's something about this Greek Empire. It's
yes. That's that Greek Empire, bro. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at that. I got my eye on that Greek Empire.
Yeah. Now that horn that you're talking about, that horn, that horn that's in the Greek Empire is also in the Roman Empire. That same horn.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the thing.
But now that's after the Romans take over the Greek, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now, I mean, it's pretty much that just shows you, I guess a change in time where the like God set up kings. You know what I'm saying? He took them down, raised them up. You know what I'm saying? Put them down. You know what I'm saying? When the Romans came into power, the territory was still the same.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Meaning where he came up out of, I mean, just because the Romans had control over it, it don't change, you know what I'm saying, where he come up out of.
Right. And you're saying like reiterating what you already said is that the Greek Empire just pretty much give you a clue that this little horn comes out of one of the 4 territories of the Greek Empire.
Yeah.
Even though it's overshadowed by the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire did take over the Greek Empire and expanded it.
Yeah. That's me. That's my thinking from, you know what I'm saying, my little reading. That's how I see that thing. I don't see that historical thing so much. I see it, I mean, God just giving us clues as to who this Antichrist is, where he come from, where he originated from, you know what I'm saying, what he gonna do. And I think, you know what I'm saying, Daniel's is coinciding with Revelations a lot.
It is. It definitely is. It definitely is.
Well, I like. I don't know if you can see my notes up here.
Can you zoom in on them a little bit, Chuck?
Well, I just read because I can't really. I don't know if I can.
Can't make it zoom.
Let me see. I might be able to make it bigger though. Can you see it now?
Yeah, you made it bigger.
Right.
But you got that other thing on top of it.
What other thing?
Oh, maybe that's on my computer. Let me see. I'll try to get rid of this thing. Okay, it's gone. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it says past fulfillment. it don't tell me the verse, but it says future fulfillment, and this is what pretty much I agree with, maybe a little longer. Daniel 11:36-45 shift to an end time ruler, the Antichrist, who will exalt himself. So that's where I see that switch. They got 36. I was looking at 35 to 45, but they got 36 to 45. So it said we just have to pray about it and keep working on it as something to consider.
I wonder why they said 36 and not 35. Let's see what's the difference.
I want to know. I want to know. I would like to talk to whoever it is and see where they get. I want the explanation as opposed to how y'all can determine. You know what I mean? When the I guess the dates and times. You know what I mean when they change? How you can go from here to there and say that okay, this was this person, this was that person, that was that person.
I think the only way they can go is just history. That's something I can think of.
Right. And you got different scholars over the years. You got different people look at it. Some great men, some not. And they put it out there. And that's why, your, what do you call that thing? The thing you was using a few minutes ago, Charles, you got the different ones that write their opinion and you just read over it, pray about it. Just what, is this for me or not,
Yeah.
Yeah. I might have something else on it. Like to see what old Flavors Josephus say.
Hey, Sharp, well, no, that'd be kind of biased right there.
What's
But
that?
that reading, who was you reading? Because he explained my thoughts exactly.
When was that? That was a few. We were just looking at Daniel.
Yeah, we was looking at Daniel. You was reading. Was you reading Larkin?
Yeah, it was. All right, let's take a look at it.
I mean, you know what I'm saying. Now, of course, I'm biased to this opinion now, Chuck. Of course, I don't believe everything he said.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying. He is articulating my point, my view very well, and you know what I mean. He might be able to explain what I'm saying a little bit better.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's go to look at Larkin. Yeah. Daniel, chapter 9.
I'm putting some notes in the WhatsApp for you, Brother Tim. It talks about the he when it changes and why.
Okay.
What their opinion is their opinion, of course.
Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to see where he's. I think I need to go back a little bit further. All right, chapter 11. Okay. Yeah, he kind of agree with you and Chuck, because he says in this one verse, he says, the sudden and abrupt appearance of the king in verse 36 implies that he is one of whom we have heard before. He is not a new character, and therefore does not need to be again introduced. Notice that it does not say a king, but the king. There are some who claim that there are three kings introduced to us in the book of Daniel. First, the little horn of the fourth wild beast, Daniel 7:8, or the last Roman emperor. Let me see, or the last Roman emperor. Second, the little horn that came up on one of the four horns of the he-goat, Daniel 8:9, that represent Antiochus Epiphanes. Now he disagreed that it's Antiochus, and he says, and third, the willful king. So three characters that he's going to be talking about. the willful king of the chapter we are now considering, who represents the Antichrist. If this be true, then there is no progressive revelation of the Antichrist in the book of Daniel, as we have tried to show that these three personages, the two little horns and the willful king, appear and reign at the same time. He says, at the same time, the time of the end, that they shall display the same willful disposition and shall be destroyed in the same manner, implies that they are one and the same person. The fact that this willful king appears on the scene at the close of the gap between the Messiah, the Prince, and the time of the end, you got verse 33 through 35, and which corresponds, as we have seen, with the interval between the 69th and 70th week of Daniel's 70th week, identifies him with the prince that shall come. I disagree with that part of Daniel 9, 26 and 27. And as the prince that shall come shall be the last Roman emperor, it identifies the willful king as the last Roman emperor. Therefore, the little horn of Daniel's fourth wild beast, it says, and therefore the little horn, meaning it's the little horn of Daniel's fourth wild beast. Again, in verse 40, this willful king is called the king of the north. Some dispute this claim that this statement at the time of the end, shall the king of the south push at him. That's just my argument. And the king of the north shall come against him, that the pronouns him stand for the willful king, and that the kings of the north and south are colleagues, banded together against him. But this is disproved by verses 42 and 43, where it says that the king of the north shall treat the king of the south as an enemy and shall spoil Egypt. Now, we know the king of south, he's saying that the king of south is Egypt. What verse 40 means is that at the time of the end, the king of the south shall push at him, aka the willful king, and the king of the north, the willful king, shall come against him. He says the king of the south shall come against him, the king of the south. That is, the king of the north will return the attack of the king of the south. We know from our study of chapter 8 that the four kingdoms in which Alexander the Great empire was divided are to be revived. Whoa. He says those four kingdoms are going to be revived. He says, we know that those four.
Right. Yep.
He
That's
says,
what I think too.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He says, we know that from our study of chapter 8 that the four kingdoms in which Alexander the Great's empire was divided are to be revived, and that in the latter times of their kingdom, that's a quote from the Bible, a king of fierce countenance shall stand up. Daniel 8 through 21. Now, one of those four kingdoms was Syria, known as the kingdom of the north. And as the little horn of chapter 8 appears on the Syrian horn, okay, then the king of fierce countenance of chapter 8 must be the king of the north. So if that's where you at, Tim. The king of the north was where he came up, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The king of the north of the revived Syrian kingdom, or the willful kingdom, the king of the north of chapter 11. Here again, we have proved that the little horn of chapter 7, the little horn of chapter 8, and the willful king are one and the same person. Those who claim that the willful king is Antichrist and not to be confounded with the last Roman Empire, emperor, and that the beast comes out of the sea of Revelations 13 is the last Roman emperor, while the beast that comes up out of the earth and called 3 times the false prophet Is the Antichrist? I might be reading that wrong, man. Let me see here.
But Chuck, I'm gonna share this with you real quick.
Uh,
Now, I had no idea that Larkin said this right here. I mean, me and Sharp was talking, and I was sharing with Sharp, you know what I'm saying, my views and my thoughts. And then he happened to read Larkin, and Larkin was saying the same thing that I was saying. I was like, well, shoot, man, that's it. He's saying it better than I'm saying it, but that's it right there.
gotcha.
He definitely conveyed your thoughts for sure.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? He's like, hey, that king of the south, them four kingdoms gonna be resurrected, according to what he's saying. Not resurrected, but they're gonna come back in there. They're gonna be
come back into play.
revived.
Yeah, they're gonna come back into play. That's what I think that's what I think Daniel 11 is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't think that's historical. I think that's
Mm-hmm.
future. I think that's coming.
Well, I think when you get to a certain point in 11, like 35 or 34, then you start getting into the future. But we know verse 1 through such and such is that is past, or historical, because I mean it goes to Alexander the Great and all of that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Them 4 verses. Yeah. It's like what, about 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah,
that says, yeah.
Yeah, he
definitely
goes.
that.
Yeah, he goes. He goes. Let's see. Let's just see where he goes with this thing. I mean, he has a pretty detailed thing on it. Let's see what Clarence. In this chapter, we have what Gabriel calls the scriptures, the scripture of truth. It is pre-written history of the wars of the Ptolemies of Egypt, the kings of the south, the Seleucid of Syria, the kings of the north. Here we have history so accurately foretold and written in advance that the critics claim that the book of Daniel could not have been written as early as its claims, BC 533, but that it must have been written after the war of the Ptolemies and the Seleucids was over, BC 160, for it would have been impossible for Daniel or any other person to have accurately described these wars before they occur. But it is right here that the scriptures and the critics part. The scriptures claim that they have been inspired by the Holy Spirit. And then he gives Timothy, blah, blah, blah. And that the holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. 2 Peter 2:1, prophecy then is history written in advance. That's what he's saying. That's what prophecy is, history written in advance. And the Spirit of God can write history beforehand as well as afterward. The catching phrase, history unveiling prophecy, should be reversed to prophecy foretelling history. Historical interpretation of prophecy always works, so let's go.
One quick thing, Sharp.
Yes, sir.
The phrase in Daniel 11:40, I don't know if you see my screen, it says,
yeah,
phrase at the end of time marks a transition from ancient history to the last day. Just want to point it out.
I mean, we're agreeing on that right now.
Yeah.
I don't think Tim is going that far with the history, but he might be. Tim, we're saying that the historical stuff stopped at chapter 11, verse 40.
Okay, I thought you wasn't going that way, Tim.
No, I'm asking. That was a question.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I didn't understand the question.
The question is, I think we all agree that it transitioned from history to the future, right?
You talking about
we might disagree on where it transitioned at.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
See a transition, Tim.
Yeah. I think the and I wish I had my, you know what, man, I need my Bible bad because I want to, you know what I'm saying, go in there and show you, because I think I got it marked, you know what I mean, in my Bible, where that, okay, when they talk about the king of the south and the king of the north, just like I think you read in verse 40 and 45 how to you know, early on you was talking about the king of the south, king of the north, in like 11, 6, 7, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And then you know what I mean, the king of the south and the king of the north come back up in what is 40?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm saying, and you know, I'm really kicking the can, but I believe that, and this is a stretch, that it shows you Alexander the Great, and it shows you those 4 generals. Okay, then it's gonna show. I believe it's saying that, okay, the king of the north and the king of the south is going to be fighting this Antichrist, and the reason why God is telling us about Alexander the Great and his 4 generals is he's showing us the area where all this is going to generate. You know what I'm saying? Where all this is going to go on. So the king of the north and the king of the south, which is those the land where the generals had. We know that the Syrian or whoever they're going to be the king of the north going to be fighting against Egypt. We know they're going to be warned. Okay, we know that the Antichrist is going to come out of the north side. But I believe that, you know what I mean, it's just showing. I don't think it's as historical as what you guys think it is. I think it's historical right there where it shows Alexander the Great and the 4 generals, and then, you know what I'm saying, from there it's talking about it's talking about the end time. It's talking about, you know what I'm saying, Satan, and it's talking about, you know what I'm saying, the parties at play for our time.
Okay, so question. All right. If so, after verse 1, 2, or 3, somewhere up in there, you feel it goes to modern time.
I don't want to say where at, Chuck. I had to get it in and read, but I do think well before 30 whatever it is y'all say, 34, 35, wherever. I think well before there.
Okay.
It's talking about end time.
So when it's talking about the giving away of daughters, the marriages and the intermarriage, you think that's going to happen in our day?
No, that not that.
Okay.
Not that. That's not that. That's I'm talking about where he wait, that casting down the star. That's in chapter 8, right, Sharp?
Yep.
Okay, ain't that where it says that some gonna do exploits? The sons of God gonna do exploits. They're gonna know that God do exploits. What verse is that? Where is that?
That might be 7 or 8. And see, that's the thing. We got
it was in chapter 11.
And do exploits. Let's see.
Yeah, I thought it was in chapter 11. They know their God.
Okay.
Let's see.
Why you say that?
That's 20 something, ain't it?
I'm looking.
You talking about 8:30?
He said he thought it was in chapter 11, so we're gonna look at chapter.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at 11 right now.
In 20s.
11:20 something.
No, I'm saying in the 20s.
Okay.
Chapter 11.
Yeah, he says 11:20. He says, "Then shall stand up in his estate a raise of taxes in the glory of the kingdom, but within few days he shall be destroyed, neither in anger nor in battle. And his estate shall stand a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peacefully and obtain the kingdom by flattery."
I think that's Antichrist. I think that's Antichrist right there.
Okay, that's the one that history say is the okay. So he starts at chapter 20. I mean, verse 21, because the guy before him dies, right? And it says, "In his estate shall stand up a vile person, to whom they shall not give the honor of the kingdom, but he shall come in peacefully and obtain the kingdom by flatteries. With the arms of a flood shall they be overthrown before him, and shall be broken, yea, the prince of the covenant. And after the league made with him, he shall work deceitfully, for he shall come up and shall become strong with a small people. He shall enter peacefully upon the fattest places of the province, and he shall do that which his fathers, that's the fathers verse she was talking about. He should do that which his fathers have not done, nor his fathers' fathers. He should scatter among them.
What verse is that, Sharp?
That's 24.
Okay,
11,
now Chuck, you read 37, right? 37 said the same thing. But that's 24. I just remember that, but just put it in my head. 24 and 37.
Now, 37 says, neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women.
Yeah, well, I'm saying
nor regard any God.
Not regarding the God of his father is pretty much the same thing as what 24 just said, right?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. Pretty much the same. Yeah, he said he shall do that which he shall do what his fathers have not done, nor his father's father. Over here, which you can say the same thing. If he ain't regarding what his father's did. Okay.
Same.
So here we go. He shall scatter among them the prey, the spoils, the riches, and he shall forecast his device against the stronghold, even for a time. He shall stir up his power and his courage against the king of the south with a great army. And the king of the south shall be stirred up to battle with a very great and mighty army, but he shall not stand, for they shall forecast devices against him. Yea, they that feed of the portions of his meat shall destroy him, and his army shall overflow, and many shall fall down slain. And both these kings' hearts shall be to do mischief, and they shall speak lies at one table. Then shall he return to his own land with great riches, and his heart shall be against the holy covenant. And he shall do exploits and return to his own land. In verse 29, at the time appointed, he shall return and come towards the south. So he's going to come back again. He shall come towards the south, but it shall not be it ain't going to be as the first time. Or as the latter time. For the ships of Chittim shall come against him. Therefore he shall be grieved and return and have indignation against the holy covenant. So shall he do, he shall return and have intelligence with them that forsake the holy covenant. Verse 31, and arms shall stand on his part, and they shall pollute the sanctuaries of strength, and shall take away the daily sacrifice. That's why I'm thinking this is past. He shall take away the daily sacrifice, and shall place the abomination that maketh desolate. And such as do wickedly against the covenant shall he corrupt by flatteries. But the people that do know their God shall be strong and do exploits.
Now there's another abomination that Jesus spoke of that make it desolate. That's coming in the future, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's one that Jesus spoke of. But see what Jesus said, what Jesus said to them boys, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, the Jews, God made that temple desolate himself.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? He said, y'all didn't know the time of your visitation, therefore I leave your house desolate. You see what I'm saying? So next abomination that comes up, in my opinion, is when the Antichrist goes in there.
Yeah, I'm talking about when Jesus said, he quoted Daniel.
He did.
He said, when you see the abomination spoken about Daniel, prophet, standing in the holy place or standing somewhere, that's script somewhere in Matthew. I don't know what book he's saying, but it's somewhere. I remember him saying.
It's in Matthew. You're right. I think it's in Matthew. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. He spoke it out, right?
Yeah, that's the one I believe.
That's the other one you saying?
Yeah, I believe that's the one where the Antichrist goes in there. Mhm. That's my personal belief. I believe that's him and Paul is saying the same thing.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, when the Romans, now Chuck, you might know this. I haven't seen it anywhere. Some call when the Romans destroyed the temple, they put a statue in there, but I haven't seen that
No,
anywhere.
okay, so they AD 70 they besieged Jerusalem. What historians say it was either the Jews or the Romans. It was probably an accident to burn down destroy the temple. They did not go in. Now, don't get me wrong. Before they conquered the Jews, Caesar, the guy, Pompey goes in there with his horse, looks around, don't see no gold, like, what's the big deal, and leaves. He did not set up an idol. He desecrated it by going in with his horse. You feel me?
Yeah.
But he did not, but it was not at the example of Antiochus, and it's not going to be an example of
the future desolation by the Antichrist.
But the temple was destroyed, not really by the Romans, but more Josephus talks about it. So it's like burned. It was like an accident or whatever. It got set to fire, and it's like they did it themselves. And
they burned their own house down.
Yeah, it was. But I'll pull it up, but it was not like that.
Yeah, it wasn't. And that, Tim, you remember that movie that we've been watching, AD, right?
Yeah.
Now the emperor came there, right? You remember that scene where the emperor came there?
Yeah, yeah.
And he wanted to put that thing in the temple.
Yeah, he wanted to put that statue. Yeah.
Yeah, and then oh boy, the high priest dude flipped the script on him.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I take that back. I'm getting the scenes mixed up.
Yeah, because it wasn't the Caesar that wanted to do it. It was you remember the son, not the son, the nephew had killed the Caesar.
Yeah.
He killed the emperor, right? And then he assumed the throne.
Mm-hmm.
And when he assumed that, he wanted to put the statue in there of himself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, which he was the emperor, yeah. But I was thinking you was talking about the old man. You remember the young boy killed the old man.
I was talking about the old man, but I forgot about that part.
Yeah, he killed him. But yeah, when he left there, he wanted them. Matter of fact, he sent one back. You know what I mean, for them to put it in the temple.
Uh-huh. And so he wound up dying right before they could do it. What happened to it? Because I thought they was taking it to put it in there.
They was taking it to put it in there.
What stopped them?
They I want to say they put it in their shop. I can't remember.
I don't think they ain't put it in there. They stopped them, boy.
They was fighting. They was. I remember them carrying it. They was carrying it to put it in there.
They definitely was carrying it. We put it in there, and then the zealots did something.
Yeah, the zealots. Yeah, they was fighting them boys.
And then something happened where they didn't get a chance to put it in there. Because you remember, was this the same part where they all kneeled down and was like, "Go ahead and kill us," or this was a different scene? You remember that?
I think so. When Peter and all them knelt down too.
Yeah.
I think
they're like, "You're gonna have to kill us all."
Yeah, it says the Romans destroyed the temple but did not place an idol inside. Right.
Yeah, and that's what was depicted in that movie we were watching. They didn't put, well, they never desecrated the temple.
Okay.
They looted the temple, but they did not desecrate it that way.
So what Jesus is talking about is future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Satan, the Antichrist. I think the Antichrist is gonna do that.
Yeah. So, but Antiochus desecrated it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He's mentioned. I believe Daniel speaks of him because he did desecrate the temple. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Caligula
Could be.
attempted to desecrate it in 40 AD.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Caligula means, little boot.
Caligula was that cat. That was one of them cats. One of them boy named Caligula.
I think he was Caligula, yeah, because he was
Yeah.
having that crazy sex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he married his horse.
Good Lord.
He made his horse a senator too.
Hmm.
He raped his sister and all that good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Gracious God.
It
Hey,
says
well, somebody.
the Roman general Petronius delayed the order to prevent a riot,
Mm-hmm.
and Caligula was assassinated in 41.
Hallelujah. Yeah, that dude did some stuff from what I've seen and heard.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was like, my God, this dude was evil. This dude is evil, man.
Just
Well, yeah.
go. He does a good job of bringing all that out.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's gonna take, you know what I'm saying, some time to sift through this thing and get it, you know what I'm saying, all to come out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to where we can dot the I's and place everything, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
But I do agree that both the little horns are I agree with what you and Larkin is saying on that they are the same. It's the same little horn. You know what I'm saying? But I do think Antiochus did shadow, the ultimate fulfillment. Because even though he desecrated the temple, I think they purified it and all that kind of stuff. I think it talks about that in chapter 12. See, that's why that's the thing. I think they purify the temple after
Yeah. That's when that's when the Maccabees took over the country. Remember?
Well, Sharp, well, let me ask you this, Sharp. Okay, now, if you're saying that where does Antiochus? Because I thought
yeah,
that
Antiochus in chapter 31. I mean, verse 31.
okay, so I thought I was reading. I mean, I thought well, you probably not saying this right here, but I know I was reading where somebody was calling Antiochus the little horn. That first little horn that was mentioned, they was calling that. They were saying that was Antiochus.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And I was saying that. I was saying that he was a shadow of he's a type of the little horn. You know what I'm saying? He's a type. But I was thinking, to be totally transparent, that okay, we had the Greek portion was the type, and the Roman portion was the fulfillment. You know what I'm saying? But now I'm seeing that little horn, this thing is taking shape. That the little horn of Daniel and the little horn of the Greeks and the little horn of the Romans is the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I definitely think the little horn is the same. I don't think it's different.
I don't see that yet, but I understand what y'all saying. I just don't see that yet.
What you say? You saying Antiochus as the little horn?
Right.
The Greek. Okay. See the way it described the portion that I think dealing with Antiochus, it says in verse 21, it says, "And his estate shall stand a vile person, to whom they shall not give honor of the kingdom, but shall come in peacefully and obtain the kingdom by flatteries."
Right.
Yeah.
That's how he rose to power. I'm gonna have to pull that up. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I'm doing more. Go ahead.
Hey, but let me ask you, isn't there somewhere in in Daniel, that speaks on that same language that you just said? Okay, now, if you go to, I want to say it's chapter 5, where it talks about the stone gonna come and deal with the Antichrist. Stone cut out of the mountain gonna deal with that. And then, don't it say somewhere in 5 that he gonna obtain the kingdom by flatteries?
Let's see. I think it is another place where he talks about that.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
That's why I'm connecting. That's where I connected that verse from. I was saying, okay, well, that's the same dude.
Let's see here. Daniel chapter 5. I'm just looking at some stuff. Okay, Daniel 5. So far, Daniel,
It's
dealing with
toward the
Nebuchadnezzar 5 through.
it's toward the end.
11:21.
Is that 11? Chapter 11:21?
Yeah, the flatteries.
No, that's when he just read, Chuck.
Oh, okay.
There's another. I want to say it's 5 or either chapter 5 or chapter 7 where he talks about. I think it's chapter 5. Ain't chapter 5, but chapter 5 like got about 40, 50 verses in it, ain't it?
Yeah, chapter 5 ends, it's got 31 verses, but 5 is pretty much dealing with Nebuchadnezzar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a chapter that's talking about when the stone coming back to deal with that beast. What
Oh,
chapter
that's
is
probably
that?
chapter 2, I'm thinking. Because I think he talked about that in chapter 2.
It's a long chapter, whichever one it is. That's the chapter that's got that flatteries in it.
Yeah, that's chapter 2. And he
Okay.
said, all right, this is what he said. And I'm going to start at 31. O king, saw us, and behold the great image. The great image whose brightness was excellent stood before thee, and the form therefore was terrible. The image head, he goes on about the gold, the feet and all that. Then let's get to the he said the fourth kingdom should be strong as iron, so as much as iron breaketh into pieces and subdueth all things. And as iron that breaketh all these things shall it break in pieces and bruise. And whereas thou sawest the feet and the toes, the clay, the iron, the kingdom shall be divided. Lord have mercy. Hold on a minute, guys. I'm sorry. Hello? Yes, ma'am. Say again. Okay. Thank you. Bye. Okay. All right. Whereas thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men. They shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. In the days of these kings shall God of heaven set up a kingdom which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. For as thou sawest that the stone was cut out of the mountain with thy hands, and it break in pieces, broke all those kingdoms. Let me see. It doesn't. What am I looking for, Tim?
The flatteries. That he attained the he had
Kingdom by
attained it by
flattery?
flat. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get into that here.
Man, they got to be another chat.
I keep looking, but I only saw one.
You only seen one?
Yeah. And then Daniel 8:25. Yeah. By peace destroy many.
That might be the one. Because he said that again. Didn't he? He said he obtained. We probably going to put all these chapters together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because in 11, he says he obtained it by peace. Right? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, 11:21, obtained the kingdom by flatteries.
Okay.
But
what about 8?
8 is by peace.
Okay, I got it mixed up.
And we can see that happening. Look what's going on in Ukraine. Get back to Ukraine. Look what's happening in the Middle East. These people, and I've heard this said before, They want peace. They don't care by saint or sinner. You know, if the devil shows up, they say they're willing to go with him. That's kind of stupid stuff.
That's heavy, they know.
I'm trying to get that quote real quick. Yeah, but yeah, it's people something else.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's something. But yeah, I think we're going to have to put all of this, because it goes back and forth in Daniel. I mean, he talked about the Greek Empire in several places, like chapter 8, I believe, chapter 7, chapter 11.
Yeah.
There's something about that Greek Empire, man. I think was something.
Yes, sir.
You get more information on that one, as far as I can see, than he do any of the other ones.
I just think he's showing us, you know what I'm saying? Hey, don't be dismayed. Look over here.
And we'll have to try to figure that out. I took some what I thought was some good notes that shows where these different where it see when we see the ships of Chittim. I looked it up. Chittim. And was like, well, who is that? Who are these guys? Chuck, you may be familiar. Didn't one of those Roman generals get Epiphane and drew a circle around his cat?
Yes, sir.
And say, don't leave this circle until.
Yes, sir.
Did you give me an answer?
Yep. And he wasn't. I don't think he came with a full army. He represented. He's like, okay, because he said he wasn't think about it. Said, okay, just don't leave the circle. He said, you step out of the circle, you are at war with Rome.
You need to get an answer before you step out the circle. That's heavy metal. The Romans was starting to be bad at that time.
Yep.
It was coming on deck. Let's see here.
That's when supposedly when he went back and sacked Jerusalem because he was so embarrassed.
Because he had went there, had success.
Yep.
If we got it right.
Right.
And then he tried to do it again and got humiliated. Took it out on the Jews.
I'm looking up that stuff, and I've come across what they have said about us. I don't know if y'all know, you haven't heard of Klaus Schwab. He's from the World Economic Forum. He's a homosexual, and he's a world leader. And he's telling us, these are the people that tell us we need to eat bugs and less meat. He says, in the future, you will own nothing and you will be happy. They mean
shit, we don't own nothing now.
You don't own less than that.
Yeah, we don't own nothing now. He ain't got to wait till the future. Shit. You mess around and don't pay them taxes and see what happens.
Oui. Let's see. I thought ships of Chittim was Roman. Let's see, ships of Chittim.
I'll come back.
It says Cyprus. Where's Cyprus at? Ain't that's Greece?
No, it's close to Greece. It's the island that Greece and Turkey is fighting over. They had a war in the 70s. They had a recent conflict about 4 or 5 years ago, a shooting war. And of course now, both of them are in NATO.
Hmm.
So we would have to we have to take a side. We have to,
Hmm.
we have to do something if they go to war.
Yeah.
Shoot, well, I mean, why that? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, right there. How you going? How the NATO countries they're supposed to be together as a pack, right? You know what I'm saying? They're gonna turn and go to fighting against one another.
That's why I was telling somebody that today. I don't know if I'm telling y'all earlier, but yeah, that's why one of the reasons we are in Europe is to keep the peace between the Europeans. It's not said that way, but if you look at it, it's that way. They from the 1800s till World War II, about every 20 years they had a war.
Hmm.
Hey, America, hey, look here. America need to get her rump back over here where she's supposed to be at and tend to her own business.
And that might bring the Antichrist. But yeah, I agree. But that might bring the Antichrist.
Well, you know what, Chuck? I think it is gonna bring it because you know what, Trump said that we gonna pull out, you know what I'm saying, Ukraine, right? So now what's going on right now, and that's just my, what I think I'm envisioning is okay, Europe is, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna get together and have some meetings because they ain't liking what Trump talking about.
Right.
Okay, so now hey, we got to come together and see how we gonna protect ourselves, being that this idiot over there in America, he done lost his mind, and you know what I'm saying, he didn't want to play ball the way we want him to play ball. So now if we do back out from over there and and Europe do go fighting, and everybody, you know what I'm saying, just go crazy, go chaos, then shoot, you're right. Then that's when the Antichrist gonna have to raise up and bring some peace.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I looked up. It says in the Bible phrase ships of Kittim with a K, Kittim refers to the Roman ships that came against Antiochus Epiphanes, the king of Syria. The phrase appears in the book of Daniel and is thought to refer to the Seleucid king second campaign against Egypt. The term King Kittim is a Jewish name for the Gentile enemy in the eschatological age. It says that the ships of Kittim will come against the king of the north, leaving him disheartened. The Roman ambassador Antiochus, commanded Antiochus to desist, and he withdrew his own country. The Romans routed Antiochus and pushed him back into Asia, decimated his fleet. Antiochus was forced to sign a treaty with Rome. It says Chittim is also the Old Testament name for Cyprus. Mm-hmm. So yeah. Man, we'll do a deep dive on that. Chuck, if you got time, man, play that video. It should be them popped up on your thing, on your text message.
Let's see.
My nephew, I sent it to him, the Muslim guy. He was calling me while we was on, so I want to discuss this thing.
Well, talking. Let me see. Where would that be? I
sent it to Charles Mason.
Okay, you sent it to
text message.
Yeah, I sent it to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh, it doesn't show up. That's right.
Man.
Yeah.
So shoot, I might have to just play it and let you listen to it. Tell me what y'all think.
What is tell me
the name of it or something?
Yeah, I can look it up on YouTube.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna do that now. It's called it would disappear. It's called Louis Farrakhan
Spell his name.
Louis.
Louis. Lewis.
Farrakhan, Farr.
I got it.
Okay. And then he says Trump may be the last America president. Actually, it's only 2 minutes long.
Farrakhan, Donald Trump. Farrakhan on Donald Trump. 1 year ago.
I think this is kind of recent here.
This was 9 years ago.
It says this is 3 weeks ago. Farrakhan, Trump may be last American president. See if you put that in.
Getting some support from.
What do y'all see?
Nothing right now.
All right, so let me stop this and start this.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. We have to go to this one. What y'all see now?
Man and that dude with a towel.
All right.
From a really unlikely source. Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan praised the billionaire for refusing donations from Jews. In a sermon this week, Farrakhan said Trump is the only one who stands up to Jewish groups and says that he won't take their money. The religious leader, however, fell short of fully endorsing Trump. Farrakhan has been known to call Jews the synagogue of Satan. According to the Anti-Defamation League, Trump throughout his campaign has maintained that he is pro-Israel.
So it wasn't that.
No. Just type in Louis Farrakhan, Trump may be last American president.
All right, let's see.
Interesting. Listen to this.
Mr. Trump.
Does that look like it?
No.
Okay.
He said,
Let's see.
Go down. It's the one with the red hat. I believe that's it. Wait a minute. No, it's not. You'll see a picture of Trump on the cover. Keep scrolling. But I think you got to put those words in there. Trump may be last American president. But it's got to come after Farrakhan's name. Hey, what is that right there? There it is, the first one.
This wicked and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign. No sign shall be given to them except the sign of Jonah. As Jonah was in the belly of the great fish 3 days and 3 nights, so shall the Son of Man be in the heart of the earth. Jonah was the only one that came out to Nineveh and got Nineveh 300 years of more grace from God. Mr. Trump, you're the leader of America now. You need to try to make America safe from the wrath of God, her chastisement over the wickedness that you all have been involved in since your inception. Since you are the last of the presidents, maybe, that has a chance on your watch to delay the judgment of God. You have a secret chamber in the White House, place where you can go to pray. But Mr. Trump, I really don't see you falling down on your knees. God has to knock you down on your knees because your arrogance, your false pride in the little money you have. Can I show you something from the Quran? Listen to this. It says, all that a man hath of the wealth of the earth, if he had it in his hand and the like of it with it, they would gladly ransom it in the day of resurrection to keep the chastisement of God away from them. Mr. Trump, you won't bow down on your own, but the scripture says every knee will bow and every tongue will be forced to confess. We say it in Arabic that there is no God but Allah, and you say it that Jesus Christ is Lord. Same thing. Bow down.
What you think? The last verse is what I'm talking about. He said the same thing. What is he saying?
Using your words like the devil did to Eve.
Governor Hochul is.
Huh?
Huh?
What was you saying?
He's using the scripture like the devil did to Eve. He hasn't changed his position.
Well, that's the closest I came to seeing him say.
I don't think he was changing his position right there, fellas. It sounded like to me that when he said the same thing, it sounded like, you know what I'm saying, he was like, okay, well, you guys are saying that this is your God, you know what I'm saying, and we're saying that this is our God, but at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, hey, you're going to have to bow to this their God. You have to recognize this God. I don't know if he
God is Allah.
Yeah, his God is Allah, true.
And that God is false.
Yeah, but listen, okay, check it out again now, because you know what I'm saying, it seemed like to me that he was pointing to the fact that you're gonna have to bow down. You guys are saying that your God is Jesus. We're saying that our God is Allah. You know what I'm saying? He said the same thing. I think the same. He was saying the same. He was more so saying that the same thing was you got to bow down to this God. That's what it sounded like to me. He was saying the same thing, as opposed to that Allah and Jesus is the same thing. That's just me now.
Oh yeah. What I'm saying is, what he is alluding to is like entrapment. He is not coming toward us as in, I want to be saved and a Christian. He is standing firm on his belief, but he's using our terminology to get to us. He's not moving closer to Christ.
You know, wouldn't it be blasphemous to say when they've already, you know, in their doctrine, they don't acknowledge Jesus Christ as being God, right?
Correct.
He's a prophet. But to say that when Allah say,
but he said you guys said the sharp. He said y'all say that.
I agree.
You know what I mean? He didn't. I mean that would be his argument to his people. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that this is what y'all say.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely saying that, but when he say it's the same thing, if Jesus is not, for me to say bow down to Jesus as a Muslim, that would be blasphemous. Right?
Yeah.
So
Jesus is a prophet, he's not God to Muslims.
Right. So to bow down to this cat, or to say that it's the same thing as me bowing down to Allah is the same thing.
But remember, his level, he is at a level where he can say things that the normal Muslim would get beat up. So what he's saying, they understand.
Yeah, he's saying that you guys are saying this.
Right.
I mean, we believe that Allah is our God. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bow to him. But you guys are saying that Jesus is your God, and you got to bow to him the same thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
But what
and so my thing is, how can it be the same thing?
Well, no. So okay, now he's now. somebody got to go. Okay, okay. The Allah, them boys, what the Muslims, right? Okay, the Muslims, they got a God. All right, they're saying that Allah, we're saying Allah is our God. Y'all saying Jesus your God. But regardless of who the God is, we all got to bow.
All got to bow.
So he's saying that's what's the same thing.
I agree.
Not so much as not.
So say for example, if I say you talking to bad boys that worship Baal, right? Say, Baal tell you got to bow down to him, and Jesus is saying we got to bow down to him. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing. Yeah, meaning that I can't change. You know what I'm saying? Right now, y'all guys done proved to me that I can't convince you that Allah is the true God. So I can't change who your God is. If that's who you want to serve, go ahead and serve him. But you know what I'm saying? You got to bow to him one day.
Now before he said all that, he was quoting from scriptures.
Oh yeah.
Biblical scriptures.
Oh yeah.
And put them on the same par with the Quran.
But the Quran don't say what he was saying?
Oh no.
Oh no?
No. He was quoting from the Bible.
Oh no.
Now,
no.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
That's what I'm saying. But he quoting from the Bible and the Quran.
That's the cunning part, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I get you. I get you there. I know what I'm saying is he's using the duplicity, right? He's definitely using that. But there was a time where he wouldn't even acknowledge all of that. You know what I'm saying? He just start quoting, them boys quote from the scriptures more or just as much as they do the Quran.
Same thing. Same thing the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witnesses do.
Now the Mormons accept the Bible. They, you know what I'm saying? They definitely accept the. Now you
so
go
the
up
Mormons
in
do
Mecca.
when they started that.
Oh, they've been started it.
Yeah, they got
they
will quote the Bible to you, but it's under they will say things to you to get you to listen. You know what I'm saying? But it's all for they're being duplicitous.
He's say the message of the hour.
Yeah.
Now that is the same thing.
Yes.
As the Muslims. I mean, they're not the Muslims, but the Mormons. You know what I'm saying? They use it in the same manner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, this is the Holy Scripture. But this part here points to what we talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now this Farrakhan dude, you remember he was quoting from Jonah saying, "Hey, Jesus is gonna be in the heart of the earth like Jonah." That was scripture. You know what I'm saying? Now he didn't go on to say he was resurrected. Exactly. He simply said that he would be in the heart of the earth. Like Jonah was in the heart of in the belly of the great fish.
Because they teach just never died.
Right. So, which is crazy, because why would he be in the heart of the earth for 3 days? Hey. All right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And you got to be willfully to follow this cat. You know what I'm saying? You got to be. But what I'm saying is, they give they give credit to the scriptures. I mean, because he ain't really got no legitimate Quran verses to quote from.
Right. But remember now, in the Quran, it promotes the Bible. But,
it does. It definitely.
But they can't take it on face value. Therefore, they have to say it's corrupted. Then you ask them what part is corrupted. They can't tell you what part. But then the Quran is corrupted if it says the Bible is true. You know what I'm saying? But it's a circle. It's a circle joke. Sure. But that's how they do it. Is he will use the words to get you into his orbit of influence, and then he'll work on you. He'll work on you.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, now I ain't looking at it, me. I'm just looking at him and what he's saying, what I'm saying, as a Muslim.
Yeah.
Versus, hey man, this dude is actually trying to get converted. Now I do believe I've seen him over the years say less and less negative things about the scripture. And it could be the game followers or whatever. But he be quoting from the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? Now he'll have to, he kind of do like Branham. I mean, I don't see no difference. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
He'll use the Bible, but then he'll go to his own pernicious ways.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He's only using it for a purpose.
Yeah.
He's not using
to elevate himself.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he will work with the Christians, this politically. He will work with the Christians. That's what he's saying to Trump. Trump, you need to do this. Trump, we like what Trump does. Trump don't take the money from the Jews. He likes all that, and he'll work with them. But it's all for a purpose.
And when he, at the end of his thing, he told Trump, you need to find a quiet area to pray, right?
Yeah.
He says, go find a quiet area to pray. Now, you guys, I don't know if he said you guys, but he said, let me see what he said. Let me see what he said. You're going to get a little volume on this guy.
Wicked and you said that Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he did say that. All right, go ahead. Let it play, Chuck.
You want? All right.
Bow. And every tongue will be forced to confess. We say it in Arabic that there is no God but Allah. And you say it that Jesus Christ is Lord. Same thing. Bow down.
What is that? You said Jesus Christ is Lord. We say there ain't no God but Allah. Same thing.
This is
down
here says white Christians here. This guy, he's a white Christian, and I hear what you say. You're saying, well done, respect. See, he lures them. He's throwing out the bait, and this white Christian don't know what he thinks of them. They're devils. They're no less than devils to the.
Hey, that dude's a liar, because Farrakhan will lie now.
Oh yeah.
I never called you guys. You ever watched that? I done pulled up that Donahue show. I've never called you guys white devils. Hey, they play the tape. You white devil. Y'all have misinterpreted what I was talking about. Didn't your Lord Jesus Christ call them snakes and serpents and vipers? Huh? Didn't he do that? But he wasn't talking to everybody.
Hey, he's a snake in the grass. That's all I'm saying.
That dude is dangerous, man. It's dangerous. Hey, that video where you were showing me, or that you showed us earlier about the guy talking about the American gender, if you could put that in the WhatsApp, that'd be good. I want to share that with some folks.
Which one now?
The very first one where he was talking about Trump and just kind of laying out like, look, we had said that we wasn't going to do this, NATO wouldn't do ABC.
Okay. Okay, I try to get that. What y'all see right now?
Fat lady trying to break this horse.
I was making sure. Woo, that horse for the. Woo, that's gonna break that horse.
Man. Good Lord, that horse like not today.
She shouldn't even try that. This is let me see. Listen real quick.
This is not an attack by Putin on Ukraine in the way that we are told every day. This started in 1990, February 9th, 1990. James Baker III, our Secretary of State, said to Mikhail Gorbachev, NATO will not move 1 inch eastward if you agree to German unification, basically ending World War II. And Gorbachev said that's very important. Yes.
All over the place.
Hey, ask the Indians about treaties.
That's what I was getting. That's exactly what I was thinking.
NATO doesn't move, and we agreed to German unification. The U.S. then cheated on this, already starting in 1994, when Clinton signed off on basically a plan to expand NATO all the way to Ukraine. This is when the so-called neocons took power, and Clinton was the first agent of this. And the expansion of NATO started in 1999 with Poland, Hungary, and Czech Republic. At that point, Russia didn't much care. There was no border other than with the Königsberg, but other than that, there was no direct threat. Then
it's total 6 minutes. Is this the one you're talking about? I mean, one like this?
It was similar to that.
Yeah.
But that's not exactly it. It was the same guy, but it was different. It started out with like a news guy or somebody.
Yeah, MC. Yeah. But do you have a Twitter?
Yes and no.
Never mind.
Yes, I have the Twitter app on my phone, and maybe an account, but I don't even know what it is. I never go to Twitter.
I go to Twitter all the time. Oh, this is another guy.
I was on the American battlefield.
If you ever want to learn something, David Hanson, this dude breaks it down on all the underlying dirty stuff. Surprised he's still alive, but he's a professor and he's good.
Monuments Commission, and apolitical. As soon as Obama came in, he fired me. And he fired every Republican on that commission. And I don't blame him. That was what he wanted, people on the same team. But Trump didn't. So he's going to do what most people do, get a team in there. And he's going to get people who don't fit that background of Merrick Garland, Lloyd Austin, Blinken, Sullivan. So he said, to make sure that these people understand what I'm dealing with, I'm going to pick people who have been targeted by these people. Let's see, National Institute of Health, that is the most important of all the organizations. And under Francis Collins, they targeted people. In fact, they targeted Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford. They went after him. I'll make him the head of it. They targeted people. They put surveillance on Kash Patel.
The congressional, I'm going to make him the head of the FBI. Oh, I know. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth wrote a book chronicling all the problems with the revolving door.
I'm going to make him the head of the Defense Department. Oh, Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard. She was on a terrorist watch list. She will be the head of the Director of National Intelligence. So that's what he did.
But he's good. I'm trying to look that up now.
Mm-hmm. Lord have mercy. That's terrible. Some kind of abuse going on.
Oh man, that horse is like, no, hell.
Well, shoot. But Chuck, man, if you can find it, post it. But get you some rest, man. I think I'm gonna take myself a nap.
All right.
All right, brother. God bless you, man.
All right, God bless.
Take care.